Topping your Fox 45 newscast, 3 people are dead, 3 others injured following a mass shooting in Annapolis. The details we know so far as the investigation continues. And a new police commissioner takes on his first weekend in his new role, the crime that went on in a city in crisis.
Our temperatures are very mild, even warm this morning. We're tracking showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Going to break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Monday, June 12th. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. We heard the word rain. Haven't heard that in a while. What are we looking at?
Rain showers, even thunderstorms, Meg. Could see some strong thunderstorms later this afternoon, especially for parts of our area. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that. Not a weather alert day, but we're definitely watching for that potential as we head toward the afternoon. Outside right now, we've got those clouds kind of hanging around and definitely mild and kind of muggy conditions that we're seeing at this time. Here's a look at your numbers. Check out these numbers, low to mid 70s. Those are the current temperatures. So it is definitely warm when you step outside. Watch for those showers and storms later today, and then we are going to be drying out starting for tomorrow. Here's our morning commute numbers here in the lower 70s over the next couple of hours. We'll keep those numbers rising as we head toward the later part of the afternoon. Should top out in the 80s later today with those showers and storms as well. And we'll track them for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. Pretty quiet out there right now. No major issues to report. Developing this morning, 3 mass shootings happening across the U.S. just yesterday, with one in Annapolis hitting the closest to home. The other 2 happening in California and Texas. In Northern California, investigators say that shots rang out shortly after some people crashed a birthday party for a 19-year-old. That gunfire hit 7 people, ultimately killing one 18-year-old woman. The other 6 are expected to recover. Now the search is on to find who is responsible. And in Houston, Texas, at least 6 people are recovering this morning after being shot outside a Texas nightclub. Police say that some sort of altercation started inside the club and then continued into the parking lot of the Taboo restaurant, where someone opened fire into the crowd. Police are not sure how many shooters are involved, and so far no arrests have been made. Closer to home, in Annapolis, 3 people are dead and 3 others are recovering this morning after a mass shooting in a residential neighborhood. Police confirmed that they do have a weapon and a person of interest in custody, but that person of interest has not officially been named as a suspect. Police say that this was not a random shooting. It was the result of an interpersonal dispute, and there is no threat to the public. Anyone with information, though, was asked to call the Metro Crime Stoppers.
We truly have become the greatest comeback story in America.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had.
This was the right time to make this transition.
There are missing pieces to how we got here.
So we're still under a consent decree. Juvenile crime is soaring. We're still hemorrhaging police officers.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Harrison abruptly announcing that he is stepping down. The mayor elevating Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to deputy commissioner. And now residents are looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime crisis.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe?
Since Worley assumed the role around 9 o'clock Thursday morning, let's take a look at the crime numbers here. So far, there have been 4 homicides, and that includes a man shot and killed around 5 o'clock Saturday evening on Ashton Street, and another just after 11:20 Sunday morning along Plum Street. Non-fatal shootings stand at 5, with one happening just a couple of blocks from Fells Point around 3 o'clock Sunday morning. Well, this violence has business owners in Fells Point on edge, but they're looking to the new commissioner to take this old problem in Baltimore and solve it.
What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe? Because we've heard everything else.
I think that there's hope for change.
Despite those believing if acting Commissioner Worley is the right person for the job, only time will tell if decreases in shootings in a city in crisis happen. Just 2 days before Harrison announced he's stepping down, he was at City Hall talking about the city's crime crisis. His tenure was a topic of concern.
Do you Commissioner Michael Harrison, do you, notwithstanding the mayor's position, plan on remaining an active and working employee of the city of Baltimore?
I don't know that I can answer that question right now because I serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and I have to know where the mayor stands on that.
We want to have you weigh in on this conversation. Do you have confidence in Worley to address youth crime as BPD commissioner? So far, 70% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. I-95 bridge right near Philadelphia goes up in flames and collapses after the break, the incident that led to it all. And we have a mild morning out there with some showers coming in later today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long our next weather maker sticks around. It is 4:36 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 4:38 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Tracking showers and thunderstorms. A few showers here to the west of us right now. They are going to continue to move in and develop as we get later into the morning and into the early afternoon. Not really seeing much in the way of actual shower activity. A few light showers being picked up on our radar here for the eastern shore. But later today, stronger thunderstorms could be an issue on the eastern shore. We'll talk about the potential for those damaging wind gusts and for some good needed, much needed rain that's going to be headed our way. That's coming up in a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Making headlines this morning. A closer look at the fire that collapsed part of Interstate 95 right near Philadelphia yesterday. In this footage here, you can see the large plumes. Look at that, of black smoke just billowing out from each side of the highway as drivers approach with caution. This was after a tanker truck hauling gasoline caught fire underneath, scorching, look at that, the roadway, and causing it just to break down, fall apart. There is at least one vehicle still trapped, and officials say reconstruction efforts could take a while.
We expect that to take some number of months. To expedite this process and to cut through the red tape, Tomorrow morning, I plan to issue a disaster declaration, allowing the Commonwealth to immediately draw down federal funds and move quickly to repair and reconstruct this roadway.
Pennsylvania's governor also confirming he is in touch with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and that the White House is promising federal assistance. As far as trains go, the freight train industry will be getting a closer look by next year by federal regulators. The Federal Railroad Administration says that it will conduct investigations of all major freight rail companies over the next year. The action follows a review of Norfolk Southern Railroad's safety culture after its February 3rd derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Railroads such as Union Pacific, BNSF, CSX, Canadian National, and Canadian Pacific Kansas City will receive their own reviews. And an industry-wide report on common issues and trends will also be made. An American is under arrest in Russia. Still to come, the charge he's facing that could land him in prison for up to 20 years.
All the symptoms of COVID, but it's not. I'm Liz Bonus. A new virus now on the rise. We'll tell you just what to do to protect against it just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, 2 presidents accused, 1 charged. Our Washington insider breaking down the investigation and the timing. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Topping your health headlines, a respiratory virus is on the rise, and it's making many people sick this early summer season. It feels like a bad cold or even COVID-19, but it is not. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the symptoms.
Hey there, everybody. Are you feeling like you have all the symptoms of a respiratory illness but tested negative for COVID-19? It could be what's called human metapneumovirus. The most common complaints in those infected are not what you'd expect to feel in these warmer months: nasal congestion, cough, fever, and shortness of breath. The CDC now reports cases of HMPV, as it's known, are 36% higher than average this season. As to why?
We're seeing more of metapneumovirus because we're testing more.
Ohio public health specialist Dr. Steve Fagan says the same type of testing used for COVID-19 can detect HMPV. Many physicians are now testing for it because it's more widely available and less costly than before the pandemic. The testing helps determine whether antibiotics should be prescribed, which are not usually recommended for a virus.
We would typically do that testing on individuals admitted to the hospital who are ill enough, requiring oxygen or some other type of therapy.
Those therapies then might be steroids or something to open airways. Older adults and the very young are most at risk for complications from this virus. It is in the same family as RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus.
And everyone in between gets a cold.
Best advice: stay home if you get these cold-like symptoms. Metapneumovirus spreads easily through respiratory droplets when you are in close contact to others. The symptoms of this virus do last 3 to 7 days. Medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Elsewhere, during this Alzheimer's Awareness Month, the FDA advisory panel is voting in favor of a new drug for the disease. The vote paves the way for the medication to be considered for full FDA approval. The panel says the drug shows signs of slowing cognitive decline for patients in the early stages of Alzheimer's. The FDA gave accelerated approval back in January, so it is already available to some patients. A final decision on full approval is expected by early July, which would pave the way for some sort of coverage by Medicare. All right, 4:47 now. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here joining us with a look at what we can expect here today as we're looking for some rain.
Yeah, we are in showers, thunderstorms too, Meg. Something we got to pay attention to. Now we're in that summer season. You get some of that daytime heating, get some of those storms, and we could see some issues out there, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening. We're talking about some damaging wind gusts and some strong and heavy downpours as well. Would love to see some rain. It's been very dry. Obviously, our drought situation continues to worsen. So as we look out over the Inner Harbor right now, a lot of those clouds hanging around in very mild and even warm conditions. Mid-70s is where we are. That's the official number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. So that dew point at 63 degrees, that's an indication we definitely have some moisture in the air. You can definitely feel it as you step outside. HD radar, a few light showers being picked up on the eastern shore. Most of the rain still as well to the west of us right now. Not picking up a lot in the way of thunderstorms this hour, but as you get more of the hotter temperatures or warmer temperatures throughout the morning and into the afternoon, that's when we'll get that ground to warm up and we'll have a better chance of seeing some of those thunderstorms develop throughout the day today. So lower 70s here over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us here. Sun up at 5:40 and goes to bed tonight at 8:33. Remember, this is going to be our last full week of springtime officially because summer begins next week and the final weekend of spring is upon us as well. Check out our high temps today, mid to upper 70s and lower 80s. So some of us will be a little bit cooler with the cloud cover, and especially after those showers and thunderstorms roll through into the afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, you can see where we're still kind of in that warmer sector here along 95 for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., while it's cooler just to the west of us as well. Here's that temperature tracker. So numbers are going to stay kind of near that average line for the next few days, but then spiking as we get later into the end of the week and into this upcoming weekend. Those numbers are definitely going back up. So we've got the warm air out ahead of this cold front. This is when we're going to see those showers and thunderstorms develop about midday today into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour. Some of us are going to see some of the stronger storms, especially as we start into that drive home, that 4 and 5 o'clock time frame. That looks to be the best chance to get some of the heaviest rain moving through the region. Not only here in Baltimore, but out for you on the eastern shore as well. Behind that cold front tomorrow we are cooler and drier. And then Wednesday has another chance for a couple of showers and maybe a stray pop-up thunderstorm as well into the afternoon. So a couple of unsettled weather days here in terms of seeing some of those showers and storms this week and even into this upcoming weekend. So here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 80s for the next few days. We're drier tomorrow. Another round of showers possible on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday we're dry as well, heading into Father's Day weekend. And on Father's Day Sunday, that's where we could see another round of a couple of pop-up showers and maybe even a stray storm as well. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network for now, pretty quiet out there, light volume, no rain falling in these live shots throughout our region this morning. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well out there for travel right now on Light Rail Link. You'll find on-time service there from end to end, and Metro Subway Link looking good as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Mark train has a couple delays. Train 505 and 10 train 403, both running about 5 minutes late for the start. The other trains and lines of Mark are on time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Make this summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News wants to help that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Every day this week, we will be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. Just keep watching for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300. If you win those tickets or you are going on another summer adventure, we'd love to see it. You can send in your pictures and videos through Chime In on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or use your Fox 45 mobile app. Another Republican candidate may be adding his name to the ballot. The suspicious announcement he made while in an interview. Plus, former President Trump is expected in federal court tomorrow. Why his defenders are saying this case is different than any time before. It's 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Happening now, a White House official confirms China does have a spy base in Cuba. The official clarified the U.S. has been monitoring the eavesdropping facility since at least 2019, and it is an issue that President Joe Biden inherited when he took office. The spy base came to light on Thursday after the Wall Street Journal reported about China and Cuba's agreement for its development. But the White House and Cuban officials dismissed the report as inaccurate. This morning, an American man is under arrest. That's according to Russian media. His name, Michael Travis Leak, and he is suspected of trafficking drugs to children. It is a charge that carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Authorities say they will keep Leak detained for 2 months until his trial. He is a musician who has been living in Russia for the past decade. The State Department says it is aware of his situation and is working to provide some assistance there. Former leader of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, is now released from police custody. She was arrested Sunday morning as part of an investigation into her political party's finances for concerns of misused campaign funds. We're hearing that she unexpectedly stepped down as the party's leader in February, and in April, her husband, a former party executive, was arrested. Both he and she deny any wrongdoing. Neither have been charged. Former President Donald Trump says he plans to speak at a public event tomorrow night at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. That same day, he is scheduled to appear in federal court in Miami to face a judge in a case against him, which he now knows includes dozens of counts. National correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
Former President Donald Trump once again on defense, plowing ahead with claims a 37-count federal indictment against him is purely political.
The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country.
But unlike in previous cases, former Trump defenders say this time is far different.
It is a serious threat. If even half of it is true, then he's toast. And this idea of presenting Trump as a victim here, a victim of a witch hunt, is ridiculous.
Contained within the 37-count indictment that Trump, without authorization, retained at the Mar-a-Lago club secret and top-secret documents concerning nuclear weaponry of the United States, the timeline and details of an attack in a foreign country, and military capabilities of foreign countries, outlining multiple ways he obstructed the FBI and grand jury investigations to conceal his retention of classified documents. Charges some are playing down, but still highlight an audio recording described in the indictment.
They're paragraphs 34 and 35 that disclose the tape in which he essentially admitted that a document that he showed him, maybe just flashed it in front of him, we don't know, could have been declassified, but was not declassified.
Still, some Trump supporters remain ever loyal, pointing to a 1988 Supreme Court case, Navy versus Egan, which sided with expansive presidential authority over national security matters.
It said the president's ability to classify and control access to national security information flows from the Constitution. He decides. He alone decides.
The law on full display for the world to see when President Trump appears in court this Tuesday. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Christine, thank you. And stay with Fox 45 News for this week's historic developments. We're going to bring you the latest both here and on air and also online at foxbaltimore.com. Taking you live now to the White House as the race for president continues. Topping your election 2024 news, Miami's Mayor Francis Suarez is ramping up expectations for a potential presidential bid, telling viewers yesterday on Fox News to stay tuned for a big announcement coming this week.
I'm going to be making, like you said, a big speech in the Reagan Library, and I think it's one that America should tune into. It's one where we talk about what the future of our country should be. It should be a future that creates prosperity, not poverty.
The Florida Republican has been laying down the groundwork for a presidential campaign in recent months, including trips to those early voting states. He previously criticized Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for fighting with Disney and vocally opposed Donald Trump in the 2016 and 2020 elections. Suarez is to speak Thursday at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation as part of a conservative speaker series titled A Time for Choosing.
6 people shot in a quiet neighborhood here in Annapolis. 3 of them were killed. Just ahead, we are live from the scene with the very latest as police continue their investigation.
And this week, the Maryland NAACP will be holding a meeting coming up the demands they're making when it comes to education.
Our temperatures are definitely mild, even warm this morning. We're tracking showers and possible thunderstorms this afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, June 12th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and an expectation of rain has a lot of people actually happy.
Really excited about that. Right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to spread some, I would say sunshine, but that's not what we want.
No, we're talking about rain, and we're also talking about thunderstorms, guys, so we do have to watch for that this afternoon. So could see some strong and damaging wind gusts with some of these storms, especially for folks on the eastern shore. We'll be breaking that down throughout the morning here. Right now, over our Towson camera, not much happening there. A lot of cloud cover is around, and you can see on our HD radar a few light showers on the eastern shore. Most of the rain right now is centered just to the west of us, and you zoom in a little bit closer, you can see not a lot happening in terms of rain. So we're not really talking about rain for your morning commute, but we do have a marginal risk for severe weather. All of us here in green, which is all of Baltimore City and County, most of the eastern shore areas to the west as well. And then we do have a slight risk for severe weather, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. That's for you on the eastern shore, especially in Caroline County there around the Denton area. So here's our weather story. A warm Monday morning. Watch for those showers and storms to develop, but will dry out by tomorrow. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And cars moving along just fine. No issues to report.
Well, developing this morning, 3 mass shootings happening across the U.S. in a matter of hours. One in Annapolis. That hits the closest to home for us. The other 2 happening in California and Texas.
In Northern California, investigators say shots rang out shortly after some people crashed a birthday party for a 19-year-old. Gunfire hitting 7 people, ultimately killing an 18-year-old woman. The other 6 are expected to recover. Now the search is on to find who is responsible.
And in Houston, Texas, at least 6 people are recovering this morning after being shot outside a Texas nightclub. Police say some sort of altercation started inside the club and then continued into the parking lot of the Taboo restaurant, where someone then opened fire into the crowd. Police are not sure how many shooters are involved. So far, no arrests have been made. Then, right here in Annapolis, a mass shooting in a residential area. In all, 6 people shot. 3 of them are dead.
Let's go straight to Shannon Lilly with the latest from the scene. Shannon.
Well, the very latest, Tom and Patrice, that we've learned is that those 3 surviving victims, thankfully, are in stable condition. That's the good news this morning. However, the 3 victims that were killed, we're learning, range in ages from early 20s to early 50s. Police say they were found dead right outside of a home here along Paddington Place. And you can see that police are still out here on the scene this morning, where they have been for hours trying to piece this case together. We have forensic services on scene and other police units just down the street as well. Now, police have not determined a motive, but they believe that there was a gunfire exchange stemming from a dispute, leaving 3 dead and sending 3 others to the hospital in what's typically a quiet neighborhood.
If you look around you, we're in a very middle-class neighborhood in Annapolis, Maryland. Tonight was an example of, yet again, senseless violence. People trying to resolve issues with guns. It is the most ridiculous thing that we can do as a society. We have to do things to stop this.
Now, that was the mayor speaking in a press conference last night, and this is video that you're seeing right here of the scene from last night. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot, and that's where first responders found the 3 victims outside the home. 3 additional victims were found with gunshot wounds, and they were rushed to shock trauma, where, guys, again, we are learning that they are in stable condition.
Shannon, any word, though, on a suspect?
Yes, in fact, Tom, we have just learned that that suspect is in custody. Earlier, police were calling them just a person of interest, and they said that he was in custody. But as of about an hour ago, police did release information that he is a suspect and he is in custody. And we have learned that this whole incident was the result of a dispute. So police say there is no further threat to the public. But anyone with information is urged to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, this mass shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend in the Baltimore region as well. In Baltimore County, 3 people were shot, 1 dead, and 2 teens were shot. In the city, 2 homicides this weekend. Between yesterday and today, 6 people were shot. They include a 17-year-old and 2 21-year-olds.
5:05, and now to the crisis in the classroom. This week, the Maryland NAACP is demanding changes to education. Civil rights group is meeting about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement and students graduating without necessary proficiency. Here in Maryland, 2 of the lowest performing school systems are Baltimore City and Prince George's County, which also have the most African-American students.
This is a situation where African-American children who can learn just like white children or any other children, okay, come into systems and they're not educated.
The NAACP conference is in Lithcomb Heights, and it's happening this Thursday and Friday. Fox 45 News and our Project Baltimore team will be there.
As we have reported previously, there is currently a lawsuit against Baltimore City and city schools about the improper education of students. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump has joined that lawsuit. This past November, a judge denied a request from the city to dismiss the suit filed by a Baltimore couple claiming that city schools are wasting taxpayers' dollars. Still to come in our next half hour. Now that Michael Harrison has stepped down, we're taking a look at crime numbers while he was commissioner, how they compare to years prior.
And a bridge along 95 right near Philadelphia goes up in flames. It collapses. Coming up from our live center, how long it's expected to impact traffic.
Temps are starting off warm this morning. We are looking at showers and thunderstorms expected as we head toward the afternoon. We're going to break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Well, welcome back. We're tracking some showers and the potential for some thunderstorms as we head toward the afternoon. This is what's going on with our storm outlook for today. The areas in green under a marginal risk. The areas in yellow under a slight risk for severe thunderstorms. So some of those storms that will be possible for the afternoon. We'll break down that potential for a weather alert day coming up in a few minutes from right now.
5:10 this morning, hundreds of thousands of commuters on a section of I-95 are starting the week forced to take a different route to work after a major roadway collapse there.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how long these repairs could take in Philadelphia. Megan.
Guys, taking you live. This is Interstate 95 in Philadelphia. Just a few exits down from where this happened. You can actually see the flashing lights throughout this entire region right there after a section of highway collapsed right in that area early yesterday. Again, flashing lights all through the area. It is now closed. Officials say it could take months to repair. We want to show you some video just into our newsroom as crews were working through the night to remove the collapsed section. According to the Coast Guard, a tanker truck carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline caught fire underneath the highway, causing it to sever and collapse. Check out this video. This was actually captured by a driver showing the heavy smoke. Look at that, stretching across both sides of the highway there before the collapse. At this point, no injuries or deaths have been reported. We know crews were on the scene again for hours yesterday. That tanker is still trapped underneath the highway this morning. And again, repairs are expected to take several months. Pennsylvania's governor announcing that he plans to issue a disaster declaration today to try and speed up the federal funds, try to fix this a little quicker. The major shutdown, no doubt, though, expected to cause a major headache for drivers. This section of 95 is said to carry roughly 160,000 vehicles a day. Likely the busiest interstate in Pennsylvania. Right now, state and federal officials are investigating, and that does include the National Transportation Safety Board. We'll keep you posted as this situation continues to unfold right here from our live center.
3 people are now dead in a mass shooting that happened in an Annapolis neighborhood. What we know so far about the person of interest they're now saying is a suspect.
A bus crash in Australia leaves at least 10 people dead. What we know so far is this investigation continues. Time now 5:12.
5:14 and making headlines this morning. At least 10 people are dead and more than 11 others are injured from a wedding bus crash in Australia. Police are still investigating the cause of Sunday's crash and say they responded to initial reports that the bus had rolled in a roundabout. The mayor of a nearby town told local Australia media that the crash was, quote, truly horrific. The 58-year-old man driving the bus was taken to the hospital for mandatory testing by police.
As far as trains go, the freight train industry will be getting a closer look next year by federal regulators.
The Federal Railroad Administration says that it will conduct investigations of all major freight rail companies over the next year. The full action follows a review of Norfolk Southern Railroad safety culture after its February 3rd derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Railroads such as Union Pacific, BNSF, CSX, Canadian National, and Canadian Pacific Kansas City will receive their own reviews, and an industry-wide report on common issues and trends will also be made.
Taking a look at airlines, an Obama-era rule requiring them to advertise the full price of their flights up front could be removed. The House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee unveiling a proposal that would allow airlines to advertise the base airfare of their flight, which would not include all the taxes or fees. But in some other ways, the airlines must disclose the total price of the flight. Consumer advocates say if the proposal is passed, it would create less transparency when booking flights in the future.
Trending now, nearly 13,000 residents evacuate their homes in the Philippines as the country's most active volcano, Mayon, erupts. That's about 88% of the local population that's already evacuated. Volcano Mayon continues to spew sulfuric gas and lava, which authorities warn the chances of rock falls, landslides, and ballistic fragments is also there. The government working to move those left in the danger zone out of the area.
4 children not only survived a plane crash, but also the next 40 days in the Amazon. Single-engine plane went down May 1st with 7 on board. The bodies of 3 adults were found near the crash, setting off an intense search for the children. The Colombian president says they are an example of survival and their story will go down in history.
That is pretty incredible. Well, it is 5:17, and we want to get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You all right?
Yeah, it's a Monday.
Yeah,
it's a Monday.
You feeling
Monday sigh right there?
I'm definitely feeling Monday. Yeah, I'm not in a good place. I'll try to get there as we go through the morning time. I got
Can we
some
help
coffee.
in any way?
I got the coffee. We'll see what happens with that. Thank you for that. What we're all tracking though is some showers and thunderstorms as we get later into the afternoon, guys. So right now, a lot of cloud cover out there and warm conditions. Look at the numbers on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 70s here this morning, and that is the current temperature as you make your way out the door. So here's what's going on with our HD radar. We're pretty dry right now. We are picking up, at least the radar, trying to pick up a few light showers for you on the eastern shore. We do have a marginal risk for severe weather. This is all of the areas here in green. So pretty much most of our viewing area, in fact, our entire viewing area under at least a marginal risk. And then the eastern shore for you in Denton under a slight risk for severe weather. That's where the areas are in yellow. And that includes parts of New Jersey, most of Delaware, and out toward the eastern shore. Slight risk is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So the marginal risk means we have that chance for thunderstorms and that severe weather. We've got this warm front here, so that's all of that warm air that is still in place from our highs that were close to 90 yesterday afternoon. Then we have this area of low pressure north of Pittsburgh, that cold front associated with that. That's going to slide from west to east and push in over the next couple of hours, and that's what's going to give us that chance for showers and thunderstorms. Much needed rain for the area, and that is on the way. But this takes us through about 10 o'clock. Notice on your hourly future scan, you can see that southerly wind out ahead of that. That's that warm air. Right about noon into that 1 o'clock hour, you're going to start to see some showers develop. And then it looks like the heaviest rain in those storms is going to be about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Notice those areas in orange and red. That's an indication of some of that heavier rain that's going to move through right through about 5 p.m. this afternoon. And then all of that is pushing out of here. So as we get into the evening time tonight, we'll see those showers moving through. Hopefully the rain will also help to clean out the air as it was still very hazy yesterday afternoon. Are we still doing school, guys? Is it right? Is this the last week? I never know. So this is the last week? Yeah, okay. So some people are out, some people are, okay. We're going to have the bus around for at least the rest of this week, and then we'll put the bus in the garage. But for those who are still doing school this week. Lower 70s here through 7 a.m. Make sure to bring the rain gear and know that those showers and storms will be eventually moving into the area by the time you pick the kids up into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland for your high temperatures today. Here's a larger look at what's going on, kind of the wider picture for our future scan. So there's that cold front right there moving in as we head toward the afternoon and evening time. Again, the timing is about between 2 and 5 p.m. the best chance for some of those heavier rain showers and thunderstorms. We're dry tomorrow and a little bit cooler. That's going to feel nice on Tuesday. And then another round of showers developing as we head toward Wednesday. So we have some unsettled weather to work with this week, the final full week of spring, just 9 days from that summer solstice. Father's Day weekend is this upcoming weekend, so lower 80s for the next couple of days. We'll start heating up into Thursday and Friday and even for Saturday, and then another round of a few pop-up showers for Dad coming up on Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Top right is frozen, but everyone else seems to be moving along just fine as volume starting to pick up slightly here. No issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Monday morning, Mark.
Well, good Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find a service disruption and a shuttle bus bridge in place between Timonium and Hunt Valley. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link looking good, though, from end to end. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. So grab your phone to scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift, a Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win that daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, just scan the QR code there on the screen to get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
A new mural is taking its place in Baltimore. The artist speaks on the vision after the break.
The FDA documenting 49 new drug shortages last year. What caused companies to have manufacturing problems? 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 525, topping your health headlines. The Food and Drug Administration says it documented 49 new drug shortages just last year.
This was shown in its annual report on drug scarcities that was presented to Congress. FDA said pharmaceutical availability continues to pose a real challenge to public health.
The agency says most of 2022's drug shortages were due to demand and quality issues from manufacturers in the U.S. and abroad. Quality issues were also to blame for last year's nationwide infant formula shortage. Because companies must alert the FDA of any manufacturing interruptions and problems, it was able to work with them to prevent 222 additional drug shortages.
During this Alzheimer's Awareness Month, the FDA advisory panel votes in favor of a new drug for fighting the disease. The vote paves the way for a medication called Leqembi to be considered for full FDA approval. The panel says the drug shows signs of slowing cognitive decline for patients in early stages of Alzheimer's. FDA gave accelerated approval in January, so it's already available to some patients. A final decision on full approval is expected by early July, which would pave the way for some sort of medical coverage or Medicare coverage.
Take a look at this. Mondawmin Mall continues to grow.
Yesterday, Fox 45 News spoke with a group of artists working on a new mural.
This project started back in October. One of the mall general managers reached out to me to do a project for the walls to uplift the community, bring a positive message. Everybody that walked past, they love seeing the positive messages, the history from Thurgood Marshall, seeing the row homes represent the neighborhood.
You're going to get a sneak peek looking at this right here. Depictions of the classic row home style in Baltimore he was just talking about. But there is a special unveiling that will happen at a later date.
Incredible. Warm start to your morning with temperatures right now in the 70s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking showers and storms on the way this afternoon.
6 people shot in a quiet neighborhood here in Annapolis. 3 of them were killed. Just ahead, we are live from the scene as police continue their investigation.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we could have potential for thunderstorm and hail later on.
Well, we need some rain. I don't know about all the rest of that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. I guess we can't decide how we get it. It's coming like it comes.
Mother Nature bringing in some changing weather, you guys. We saw temperatures close to 90 yesterday. It's going to be cooler today, but more of those showers and, yes, some of those thunderstorms that could bring some damaging wind gusts and possibly even some hail at times. Taking a look outside right now, we've got a lot of the cloud cover and very warm conditions. Look at these numbers on your screen. Low to mid 70s is where we are starting in the 5 o'clock hour for your Monday morning. And some of these areas are 10 to 15 degrees warmer than where we were at this time just yesterday. So overall on your morning drive, it's going to be kind of warm with those 70s sticking around and the cloud cover as well. Your morning drive should be dry. We're not talking about showers and thunderstorms, not developing until we get closer to the noon hour. We'll top out in the lower 80s today with those showers and storms this afternoon. Drier tomorrow, and then another round of a few showers, possible thunderstorm as well on Wednesday. So some weather, we've got some wet weather that we definitely need coming this week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, we are continuing our coverage of the mass shooting that struck an Annapolis neighborhood just last night.
3 people are now dead, 3 others recovering this morning. Shannon Lilly is live from the scene with the latest details. Shannon.
Well, police confirm, Patrice, that they do have a suspect in custody. They also have recovered a weapon as this investigation just continues. You can see as it's starting to get light this morning, police are still out here. They have their forensic services crime scene unit right there. And then just beyond the crime scene tape, you can see those officers and those investigators huddled around outside of that home. They have their command center also just down the street beyond here. And then back where we are behind the crime scene tape, there are onlookers who have been out here all night just taking in this scene because all of this is happening in what's typically seen as a safe area. So this is a shock.
As the mayor said, a very stable community. This is unusual for this area. No area is immune. We live in times now where there's the availability of handguns are plentiful right now. We have people who are willing to use them, but that's everywhere in this country. It's not unique to Annapolis. But to answer your question, we don't get very many calls of this nature in this area. Very unusual. And again, I have to say it again, there's no public safety threat as a result of this incident.
So that was the police chief speaking in a press conference last night, and you're looking at video of the scene from last night. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place. It's near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot, and that's where first responders found 3 victims dead outside a home. All 3 males ranging in ages between their early 20s to their early 50s, according to police. Police then found 3 additional victims with gunshot wounds, and those victims were rushed to shock trauma, where we are learning all 3 are now in stable condition. So again, as you are taking another live look at the scene, police continue to piece all of this together. They have not yet determined a motive for this shooting, but they do tell us they do not believe that this was a random shooting, that this was the result of some sort of dispute. They believe there was some sort of exchange of gunfire, and they say at this time there is no threat to the public. Reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, thank you. To keep up to date on this story as it develops, download the Fox 45 News app. You can find breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
We truly have become the greatest comeback story in America.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had.
This was the right time to make this transition.
There are missing pieces to how we got here.
So we're still under a consent decree. Juvenile crime is soaring. We're still hemorrhaging police officers.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announces that he is stepping down.
The mayor promotes Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to acting commissioner. And now residents are looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime crisis.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe.
Now, let's take a look at the crime numbers since Worley assumed the role as acting commissioner just Thursday morning. So far, there have been 4 homicides. This includes a man who was shot and killed around 5 Saturday night on Ashton Street and another just after 11:20 Sunday morning along Plum Street. Non-fatal shootings stand at 5, with one happening just a couple blocks from Fells Point around 3 Sunday morning.
The violence has business owners in Fells Point on edge, but they're looking to the new commissioner now to take this old problem and solve it.
What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe? Because we've heard everything else.
I think that there's hope for change.
Despite those wondering if the acting commissioner is the right person for the job, they say only time will tell if we see decreases in shootings in the city.
Now, under Harrison's 4-year tenure, the city saw 4 consecutive years of more than 300 homicides. In June, the city recorded its deadly month under Harrison. This year, homicides and shootings have declined, but it spiked among young people.
When the history book is written on his 4 years as commissioner, that there was a lot of focus on consent decree compliance. And there's been continued challenges on the crime fighting front. And the biggest challenge of all is just maintaining an adequate staff police department.
We want you to weigh in on the conversation. Do you have confidence in Worley to address youth crime as BPD commissioner? So far, 96% of those who voted say no. To weigh in, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The NAACP will meet this week to discuss the, quote, critical status of African-American students. In our next half hour, the demands they are making to see change.
And new developments in the war in Ukraine, the counteroffensive measures and the talks happening today at the White House.
And there's a chance for showers and thunderstorms later today.
Just ahead, when you can expect the next weather maker to roll in. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 5:40 is your time. We're just 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend. This is what we're tracking. We've got warm air out ahead of that cold front and that big area of low pressure just to the north and west of us. That means we're setting ourselves up for some showers and even some thunderstorms as we head toward the afternoon today. That much needed rain. As you head out the door, you do not need a jacket with temps in the 70s. Probably not the shades today, but definitely have the umbrella ready, especially for some of those showers later this afternoon. But if you're out for a run or a jog this morning, notice our temperature staying very mild. We're dry this morning, but it's midday and into the afternoon when some of those rain showers roll in. And we'll take you through it hour by hour coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Ukraine's army now regaining control of two major regions.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just into the newsroom. Megan?
Guys, what you're seeing here behind me, this is Ukraine's army. They're taking back Zaporizhia and Kherson over the weekend as those counteroffensive measures are now underway. Meantime, Russian officials claiming Ukraine unsuccessfully attacked one of their naval ships with 6 high-speed drone boats, marking the second such attack in several weeks. Today, while Russia is celebrating its Independence Day, NATO launching its largest Air Force military exercises ever, set to run from today through June 23rd. Taking you live now to the White House, where President Biden will be welcoming NATO's outgoing Secretary General to the Oval Office for talks today, the latest in a series of meetings with international leaders. Last week, the president meeting with both the British and Danish prime ministers, with talks largely focused on the ongoing war in Ukraine and the Western support. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's meeting gets underway there. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A highway bridge or overpass right near Philadelphia goes up in flames and collapses, shutting down 95. Still to come, how federal funds could help speed up the repairs.
The 155th running of the Belmont Stakes is now in the books. After the break, we take a look at the historic moment made this weekend. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
5:45. When it comes to horse racing, a historic moment was made this weekend.
Jenna Antonucci became the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race.
Her winning horse, a colt named Arcangelo, took the lead at the top of the stretch and beat out expected winner Forte right at the wire. The historic triumph comes on the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's historic win at the Belmont for owner Penny Chinnery. Arcangelo will collect $900,000 for finishing first. The total purse for the race was $1.5 million.
Closer to home, we are taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Royals are waking up victorious. The O's swept Kansas City Royals this weekend with an 11-3 win yesterday. This was the O's best blowout win of the season, which gave them their 41st W. The Orioles have today off, but you can catch them here in Camden Yards tomorrow night. First pitch after 7, and they take on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays. At least one person's happy about it, because I see him coming in with props.
Bringing in props.
Got the sweep?
Yes, I know. Big.
Oh, now you're blowing dust.
It's very dusty in here. I'm excited.
Started off strong.
How about
that prop started off strong?
Thank you. How about that, though? More than 40 wins?
I know.
I mean, we had 83 last year. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. Yeah, very excited to see that. And the winning streak, too. We're 4-game winning streak is what the O's are facing. So they will not lose today because they don't play. That's how it works. But Toronto coming in. Yeah, that's going to be tough. All right, here we go. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Lots of those clouds hanging around right now and very mild conditions, too. Warm. Let's just say it. I mean, it's warm with temperatures in the 70s right now. Here's a look at your HD radar. Now, we're not tracking actual rain. We had a few light showers that were being picked up on the radar out toward the eastern shore. Most of the action is still to the west of us. We do have that marginal risk for severe weather. So we are monitoring the potential for a weather alert day, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening time. This marginal risk is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. But note that slight risk for Denton into Caroline County. That's a 2 on the scale, the Storm Prediction Center scale. And you can see where the yellow is for parts of New Jersey and Delaware out toward the eastern shore. So heading down the ocean today, Salisbury, Ocean City, a better chance of some of the stronger storms there. Well, we'll have at least that chance for some of those thunderstorms developing into the afternoon. This is why we've got warm air out ahead of that cold front. We had temperatures almost 90 yesterday. Now we're going to see that cold front move through over the next couple of hours. Let's put that hourly future scan into motion. This takes you through 10 o'clock this morning. Notice that southerly wind. That's the red arrows that we're seeing right there. As we take you through about noontime, this is an updated look here, and some of those showers will start to develop. Much needed rain for the area. Let's take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. You see a few more of those orange and red blobs right there. That's an indication of some of those heavier rain showers at times. And then as we get into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon, those showers will continue to push through. So really the timing, I'd say between about 2 and 5 p.m. today is going to be our best chance to see the strongest storms. And then all of that moves out of here for tonight. That's going to be great in terms of the fact that we need the rain and hopefully cleaning out the air from all of that dust and that smoke that we've been dealing with for the last couple of days. Lower 70s over the next few hours as you grab that cup of coffee and enjoy breakfast with us this morning. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. So not as warm as yesterday, but you can feel the mugginess out there already. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those upper 70s and lower 80s taking you into the afternoon. And you can see where that warm air is for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 73 down the ocean today and 74 in Cumberland, a little bit cooler to the west. Here's a look at our temperature trackers. So as we take you through the week, we actually are below average through Wednesday, but notice those numbers going up as we head toward the weekend. It is Father's Day weekend, and it is also the final weekend of spring. This will be the final week of spring, as next Wednesday is the summer solstice. So here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We're tracking another round of a few showers possible on Wednesday, and then another round as well coming in on Sunday for Dad. So just be aware of that. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see the map all around the Baltimore region here on your major highways. Everyone in the green, no issues to report. Here and now we want to go to Mark Jones. He has the latest on your mass transit. Mark from the MTA, good morning.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 511, Penn Train 505, and Camden 843, all operating with 5-minute delays, perhaps allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find a service disruption and a shuttle bus bridge in place between the Timonium and Hunt Valley stops. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel there out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link looking good from end to end. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Make this summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News wants to help that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Every day this week, we'll be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. Just keep watching for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300.
Now, if you win those tickets or you are going to some other summer adventures, we want to see it. You can send your pictures and videos through our Chime In app right on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app.
Coming up, President Biden hosts the largest Pride event in White House history. See how he is showing support for the LGBTQ community during Pride Month.
Does love your neighbor mean using their preferred pronouns? I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. Coming up, I'll show you the latest developments in this ongoing debate.
Taking a look over the Inner Harbor here, and you see the Domino's sugar sign all lit up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .54 on this Monday morning, making your headlines. There are ongoing national debates around gender identity, pronoun usage, and what LGBTQ topics are appropriate for children.
The National Desk, Janae Bowens, breaks down a new study that shows us what role religion plays in the conversation.
New research finds the majority of Americans believe there are only 2 gender identities, and Christian Americans have the strongest convictions.
Under this when Jesus said, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself."
Does that mean Christians must recognize and love all gender identities and use people's preferred pronouns?
God does love everyone.
Sarah Parshall-Perry, a senior legal fellow with the Heritage Foundation, says no.
It does not necessitate that we act against our own individual beliefs.
A new survey from the Public Religion Research Institute shows 65% of all Americans believe there are only 2 gender identities. Religious breakouts see even higher numbers. 92% of white evangelicals believe there are only 2 genders, and the very large majority of Black Protestants, white Catholics, and Latino Catholics say the same.
These individuals recognize from the book of Genesis moving forward that only men and women exist. If there are individuals that believe themselves to be something else, that is a mental health diagnosis.
But Reverend Dr. Kristen Provost Switzer, a pastor who prefers she/they pronouns, disagrees.
In the United Church of Christ, we say that God is still speaking. And a follow-up question to that is, are we still listening? You might believe that God has no gender. You might even say that God in themselves is non-binary.
The survey also looked at usage of gender-neutral pronouns like they, them. Around 1/3 of Americans say they would be somewhat or very comfortable if a friend told them they use gender-neutral pronouns. 23% say it doesn't matter, while 40% would be uncomfortable. That number higher for some religious Americans. I'm Janae Bowens for the National Desk.
Well, just this month, Maryland Governor Wes Moore signed an executive order on gender affirmative care. The order protects anyone seeking, receiving, or providing gender affirming care in Maryland. The governor says he took this step as other states are cracking down on gender affirmative care. The state estimates that about 94,000 people in Maryland identify as trans or non-binary.
Maryland ranks near the top of a list when it comes to the most LGBTQ-friendly states. The 2023 Out Leadership State LGBT Business Climate Index ranks Maryland at 16. Researchers looking at current legislation, policies, resource allocation, and attitudes in each of the 50 states. New York came out on top. Arkansas ranked at the bottom.
President Biden and the First Lady recommit their support to the LGBTQ community. Over the weekend, they hosted the largest ever Pride celebration at the White House. They invited thousands to join them on the South Lawn for the festivities, which included food, games, Queen HD, the DJ who handled the music, and then singer Betty. Biden addressed ways to protect LGBTQ communities from attack. He called out various Republican bills that target transgender youth and announced a new federal plan to protect Pride-related events.
Whether you're organizing a Pride parade, running a small business, or just trying to focus at school, you shouldn't have to deal with bomb threats, harassment, and violent attacks. That's why the Department of Homeland Security, with the support of the Department of Justice, and the Department of Health and Human Services is launching a safety partnership that's going to provide critical training and support to the community.
The White House party was supposed to happen Thursday, but it was delayed because of the smoke from the Canadian wildfires.
Republicans at North Carolina's annual convention vote to censure U.S. Senator Thom Tillis. While the vote does not remove him from office, it does express the state GOP's disapproval for Tillis, who is accused of straying from the conservative values. Tillis worked with Democrats on several occasions this year, including the Respect for Marriage Act, which enshrined protections for same-sex and interracial marriages into federal law. A spokesperson for Tillis pushed back against the vote, saying the senator delivers results.
A suspect is in custody following a mass shooting here in Annapolis. Just ahead, we are live from the scene with the condition of those surviving victims.
Commuter chaos this morning in Philadelphia following a highway collapse. The investigation underway as crews rush to restore the morning commute.
A very warm morning. We're tracking the potential for showers and even some thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon. The potential weather alert day on your Monday coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Monday, June 12th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now with some good news, really, if it starts raining.
Whew, and we need the rain. I mean, we really haven't had measurable rain since Pimlico. That's got to go back to that day, which is May 20th. We had a little bit of rain for some of you on Friday, but overall, just not much. We are going to get some much needed rain today, but that does come also with the threat for thunderstorms. So right now, a lot of cloud cover out there and warm and muggy conditions. We have this area of low pressure to the north and to the west of us, and that cold front that's going to be moving in as we take you through the next couple of hours. Really about midday today into the afternoon is when some of those showers and storms will start to fire, and some of those could be strong to severe at times. So we'll monitor for the weather alert day. Right now, we're not going to shift into the weather alert, but we're letting you know that if things continue to progress in this way, we'll may have to shift into that weather alert for the afternoon. Here's our morning drive. We're looking good. Lower 70s here. Mr. Bo says we are good to go with no issues for your rain for your drive this morning, but a different story this afternoon. We're back with that full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Your Lane Solar Traffic Network, we do have a major issue happening right now on the outer loop of 83. It looks like at least 3 vehicles are involved. The left lane is blocked. The center lane is getting by. And then it looks like 2 other vehicles involved are on the right lanes. The police just showing up about 5 minutes ago, some flashing lights, and there's some ambulance headed that way. So not sure exactly how long this could take to clear up, but we do have a lot of backup on the outer loop, 83, and then 83 southbound and 695 outer loop to Dulutherville. Developing this morning, 3 mass shootings happening across the U.S. in a matter of just hours, with one in Annapolis hitting the closest to home, the other 2 happening in California and Texas. In Northern California, investigators say shots rang out shortly after some people crashed a birthday party for a 19-year-old. Gunfire hitting 7 people, ultimately killing an 18-year-old woman. The other 6 expected to recover. Now the search is on to find who is responsible. In Houston, at least 6 people recovering this morning after being shot outside of a Texas nightclub. Police say some sort of altercation started inside the club, then continued in the parking lot of a restaurant where someone opened fire into the crowd. Police are not sure how many shooters are involved. So far, no arrests have been made.
Then in Annapolis, a mass shooting in a residential area. In all, 6 people shot. 3 of them are dead.
I'm going to go straight over to Shannon Lilly with the latest. She's at the scene. Shannon.
Well, the very latest, Tom and Patrice, we are learning that those 3 surviving victims are now in stable condition, and that is the good news this morning. Although those 3 that were killed range in ages from early 20s to early 50s. And police say they were found shot outside of a home here along Paddington Place. You can see that police are still on scene where they have been for hours piecing all of this case together. We've seen some with flashlights over looking at another home just across the street. And you can see some of them huddled around and gathered in the street there. They have not yet determined a motive, but they believe that there was a gunfire exchange stemming from a dispute, leaving 3 dead and sending 3 others to the hospital in what's typically a quiet neighborhood.
If you look around you, we're in a very middle-class neighborhood in Annapolis, Maryland. Tonight was an example of, yet again, senseless violence. People trying to resolve issues with guns. It is the most ridiculous thing that we can do as a society. We have to do things to stop this.
So that was the mayor speaking in a press conference last night. And what you're looking at right now is video of the scene from last night. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. And that's where first responders found the 3 victims outside the home, and they were pronounced dead right there on the scene. 3 additional victims were found with gunshot wounds, and they were taken to the hospital. And again, we do know that those victims are in stable condition, the surviving ones. But as you're looking again live at the scene, you can see the FBI is here and they are doing some investigating in the roadway here. So again, this all just continues this morning, and they've been out here for hours. They've been out here since essentially 8 o'clock last night. So still a lot to uncover, guys.
Shannon, I know there's been back and forth about a possible suspect. We're getting word that the police say they do have somebody in custody. Is that correct?
Yes. So last night, Tom, they talked about how they had a person of interest in custody. But recently, within the last couple of hours, they have named that person of interest as a suspect. So they do have a suspect in custody. We also know that they have recovered a weapon as well. And they say that all of this stemmed from a dispute that unfolded at a home here. And so they say there is no threat to the public at this time and that this was not a random attack of any kind. It was stemming from an actual dispute. But we are waiting to learn more, and we'll keep you posted as police continue their investigation.
Well, the mass shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend here in the Baltimore region as well. In Baltimore County, 3 people were shot, 1 is dead, and 2 teens were shot. In the city, 2 homicides this weekend. Between yesterday and today, 6 people were shot. They include a 17-year-old and 2 21-year-olds.
Now, the face of crime fight is changing in Baltimore.
A city that has seen more than 300 people killed each year for the past 8 years straight. Well, this year, Mayor Scott is expanding GVRS.
Yeah, it's a central part of his crime plan that identifies people involved in crime and then gives them a way out. While the city is seeing a decline in shootings and homicides from last year, there continues to be a shakeup in those leading public safety.
Now, the director who leads the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is stepping down at the end of the month, and the city's top cop says he is leaving. After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Harrison abruptly announced that he is stepping down. That announcement came last week.
Well, now to the crisis in the classroom this week. The Maryland NAACP demanding changes to education. Civil rights group is meeting about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement and students graduating without necessary proficiency. In Maryland, 2 of the lowest performing school systems, Baltimore City and Prince George's County, which also have the most African-American students.
This is a situation where African-American children who can learn just like white children or any other children, okay, come into systems and they're not educated.
Maryland NAACP conference in Linthicum Heights happening this Thursday and Friday. Fox 45 News and our Project Baltimore team will be there.
And as we've reported previously, there is currently a lawsuit against Baltimore City and city schools about the improper education of students. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump has joined that lawsuit. This past November, a judge denied a request from the city to dismiss the suit that was filed by a Baltimore couple claiming that city schools is wasting taxpayer dollars. 6:07 now. This morning, hundreds of thousands of commuters on a section of I-95 are starting the week forced to take a different route to work after a major roadway collapse.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with how long these repairs could take. Megan?
Not a pretty start to this morning for so many guys. We are taking you live to I-95 here this morning. This is in Philadelphia, just a few exits down from that section of highway that collapsed earlier yesterday. You see the flashing lights here. This is the section of road just down the street where it happened. They're zooming in right now on the traffic that is now building, trying to divert people away from the bridge right there. We're hearing this could take months to repair. So this is just the beginning of those traffic headaches for those folks. I want to show you some new video just into our newsroom now as crews work through the night to try and remove part of the collapsed section there. According to, we're hearing from a Coast Guard, a tanker truck actually carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline. Guys, it caught fire underneath the highway, causing it to sever and collapse. Just an incredible sight there. This video actually captured by a driver showing the heavy smoke stretching across both sides of the highway there. Imagine driving down the road and seeing this. At this point, amazingly, no injuries or deaths have been reported. We know crews were on the scene for hours yesterday. That tanker, by the way, still trapped underneath the highway this morning. And again, repairs are expected to take several months. Pennsylvania's governor announcing that he plans to issue a disaster declaration here today, and that's to try and speed up the federal funds, get this fixed as quickly as possible. The major shutdown no doubt causing a headache for drivers. Already seeing that this morning. That section of 95 is set to carry roughly 160,000 vehicles a day. That is likely the busiest interstate in Pennsylvania. All those cars now diverting to other areas around the city. Right now, state and federal officials are investigating. That includes the National Transportation Safety Board. This is actually a live shot here this morning. Some aerials from a local news station there, WPVI, showing us this. This is what that bridge looks like underneath here this morning. Just incredible, the amount of damage. And when you think about trying to repair this and getting things back on track, you start to understand why this is going to take several months to fix. That's the latest. We're going to keep you posted as this situation continues to unfold right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A popular Maryland tourist spot looking to control the use of cannabis before July 1st. Still ahead this morning, where Ocean City Council members are looking to restrict the use.
The Orioles sweep is just one of the big highlights of this weekend. Still ahead this morning, the record-breaking home run from one of the team's hot hitters.
Our temperatures are warm this morning. Most of us in the 70s as you step out the door. We're tracking showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon. Breaking it all down for you in the Weather Authority forecast coming up.
New this morning, a fire rips through row homes in North Baltimore.
Now, this happened last night around 8, right at 28th Street, where we're going to find out more about how the fire started, if there were any injuries.
Get a hold of your home insurance. Still ahead in today's Consumer Report, the steps you can follow to bring down the costs.
A big hearing set to happen this week when it comes to the crisis at the southern border. The latest on the departures from the Biden administration that could become a problem. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:16 now to the crisis at the border. This week, the House Homeland Security Committee will hold a hearing on the crisis at the southern border.
Each day, the Biden administration faces a new set of challenges in how to deal with those crises, and with the top officials in some states implementing their own strategies for how to take on these issues, as national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
In Texas, a new approach to border security. Governor Greg Abbott revealing a planned floating marine barrier, a line of buoys in the Rio Grande River to deter crossings.
What these buoys will allow us to do is to prevent people from even getting to the border.
It's one of several new strategies governors have been trying, including sending migrants by bus and plane to other parts of the country, like New York City, Washington, D.C., and California. The most recent efforts now under investigation.
We've learned that many of them were told that virtual systems would help them find jobs if they got on the plane and traveled to where they were being taken. We learned that many of them didn't know where they were being taken.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., running for president against Joe Biden, making a trip to the border.
This is a humanitarian crisis because of the understanding across the globe that we now have an open border here.
President Biden working to undo that notion, but facing mounting challenges of his own. Within a matter of days, departure announcements for two of his top border officials, Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement Tay Johnson and Border Chief Raul Ortiz, set to retire. One former top border official with this reaction.
It's got to be, after 3 decades, it's got to be that, look, we just can't do this anymore. We're not able to do our job that we signed on to do to protect this nation. So it's not surprising we're seeing this turnover.
President Biden has tapped Jason Owens to replace Ortiz. He currently serves as border chief in the Del Rio, Texas sector, and sat down with us earlier this year for an interview.
The immigration system that's in place right now was built for a different time. The volume of people that we see and where they're coming from is completely different than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago.
He'll soon oversee challenges like that and so many others for the entire country. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Well, it is 6:18 now. It's time to get another check of our forecast as we start this brand new week.
Yeah, brand new week, and it looks like rain is finally heading our way, a solid rainfall. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now.
Yeah, could see some actually heavy rain showers later today, guys, and some thunderstorms that are going to go along with that. That means we could see some damaging wind gusts as well. We're not in weather alert right now, but we're definitely monitoring for that potential to slide into a weather alert day with the potential storms that are going to be rolling through by the afternoon. Right now, cloud cover that's out there. Sun is definitely up, and it feels muggy and also feels warm. Look at these temperatures, lower 70s right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Notice that humidity also at 73%, so you can feel it the second you make your way outside. Now, in terms of that storm threat for today, notice the areas in green, pretty much the entire viewing area, all of us under that marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. Eastern Shore, at least in Denton and parts of Talbot County, under the slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And when you widen out that picture, you can see that area in yellow there from Vineland in New Jersey over to parts of Delaware out toward the Eastern Shore. That's going to be our best chance to see the stronger storms in terms of that slight risk, which is that 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So it's all because of this warm air that is in place right now, that warm front. Then you've got the cold front that is coming in from the west. So temperatures yesterday close to 90 degrees. It will be cooler today, but again, we're going to see some of those showers and storms developing. Here's our latest hourly future scan. This thing updates every hour. We always want to bring you the very latest info here. And notice this is through 10 o'clock this morning. That southerly wind picking up. That's all of that warmer air ahead of that cold front. This is at about noon, so you're going to start to see some showers developing, that much needed rain moving in, helping to kind of clear out the air from all of that smoke we've had for the last week or so. This is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice some of those pop-up showers and even some of the stronger storms. So really between 2 and 5, even into the 6 o'clock hour, is going to be our best timing for those strongest storms before all of that pushes out of here later on tonight. For those kids who are still wrapping up the school year, beep, beep, with summer break right around the corner, we're seeing those temperatures in the 70s this morning and into the lower 80s for the afternoon. Make sure the kids have the umbrella and the rain gear for later today as well. And notice these temperatures, upper 70s and lower 80s. Those numbers are going to actually stay a little bit below average for today, but you can see where the warmer air is out ahead of that cold front along the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. with cooler temperatures to the west. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast, we have more rain actually in our forecast after today. Tomorrow looks great, but Wednesday, another round of showers possible for the afternoon, and then we'll dry out and heat up as we approach Father's Day weekend. We're going to be 90 on Saturday and then upper 80s on Sunday with another chance for a few showers, possible thunderstorm for Dad on Sunday afternoon. All right, let's get a check with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Light Rail Link has a service disruption and a shuttle bus bridge in place due to maintenance between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Certainly allow time for travel there, as you'll need it in your commuting. Metro Subway Link looking good, though no delays or issues in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Yet another bear sighting in our area just ahead, where one of our viewers saw it, and the protections you need to take against some wild bears in your neighborhood.
Ocean City is making moves ahead of the first day of recreational cannabis. Still ahead, where you may not be able to smoke in the city. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $6.25. If you thought your home insurance premiums could get cheaper over time, think again.
On average, bills projected to climb about 7% this year. Consumer Reports reveals some saving strategies to manage rising insurance costs. Jess Wright recently moved out of her Brooklyn, New York apartment for a single-family home in upstate New York. But with added space comes new responsibilities, including adding a homeowner's insurance policy.
Top reasons, I'm thinking a tree falls on my house, somebody gets injured, God forbid, fire, major storm damage, that kind of stuff.
With homeowners insurance premiums expected to rise faster than inflation, Consumer Reports says now is the time to shop around.
You do get a loyalty benefit for sticking around with companies, but it's not as great as the benefit from getting an overall lower price from shopping around.
Once you found the right insurer, Consumer Reports says bundling is the best way to get a big discount. That means buying your homeowners and auto coverage from the same company, which can save you up to 30%. Think about extra items to bundle, too, like coverage for a boat or motorcycle. Raise your deductible. Moving to a $1,000 deductible from a $500 one can shave your premium by 25%. And while a low deductible could save money if you have a claim, odds are you won't have one anytime soon. Report home improvements, too. Anytime you replace old plumbing, add security cameras, or install gas or water leak detectors, let your agent know. You may be able to trim 2 to 6% off of each additional item, and 2 insureds have consistently landed in the top tier of Consumer Reports ratings: Amica and USAA.
My husband's father served in the military, so we have USAA insurance, and their service is incredible. They're very responsive.
Now, Consumer Reports says a major reason for the hike is extreme weather-related disasters. But even if you don't live in a disaster-prone area, your rates could increase. So it's even more important to use these cost-saving tips.
Ukraine is making big advancements this morning. Ahead in our live center, the 2 cities they just reclaimed.
A suspect is in custody following a mass shooting here in Annapolis. Just ahead, we are live from the scene with the condition of the surviving victims.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Some of you are out of school. Some of you still walking down to the bus stop.
Yeah, my daughter is happy. I told her this week you can sleep as late as you want. That's it.
Good.
Then we're going to get into some structure. But right now, good day to sleep in. Some rain this afternoon. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Yeah, and some of those naps this afternoon may be awakened or bothered by some thunderstorms that we could be talking about, along with the rain that we're tracking later today. So right now, looking, well, cloudy out there, and it is definitely mild, even warm and muggy as you make your way out for your Monday morning. Here's a look at those lower 70s with the temperatures. Cockeysville and Towson down to Baltimore City. Some of us about 5 to 10 to even 15 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So definitely a warmer start to your morning. Get that yard work done or the gardening this morning. And hopefully Mother Nature coming in and helping out with some rain this afternoon so you can get those sprinklers in the off position. 82 today, 82 as well tomorrow, but drier. And then we'll keep those lower 80s going on Wednesday with another round for some showers by midweek. So finally getting some rainfall that is much needed around here. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and the one major issue we need to show you about, top camera right there. You can see the traffic delayed if you're coming down 83, because right when 83 and 695's outer loop meet, that's where two vehicles are involved with an accident. On the bottom camera, you can see one lane getting by from 695, but the two vehicles are involved are a sedan and a black Ford SUV. The two vehicles are pulled over to the left shoulder as crews are still looks like continuing to work up on whatever's left in the roadway. We have right now, we have our photojournalist traffic cam Graham, who is actually in the traffic now, just waiting. So he feels your frustration. As you can see, outer loop 695 around the Towson area is going to be backed up for, it looks like, some time.
We've got Shannon Lilly live in Annapolis. She's got the latest details on a mass shooting there this weekend. Shannon.
As the mayor said, a very stable community. This is unusual for this area. No area is immune. We live in times now where there's the availability of handguns are plentiful right now. We have people who are willing to use them, but that's everywhere in this country. It's not unique to Annapolis. But to answer your question, we don't get very many calls of this nature in this area. Very unusual. And again, I have to say it again, there's no public safety threat as a result of this incident.
So that was the police chief you just heard from speaking in a press conference last night, where we have 6 people who were shot here in Annapolis. 3 of them died. You are looking at video of the scene right now. Police say it all happened around 8 p.m. They responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. And that's where first responders found 3 victims dead outside of a home. All 3 males ranging in ages between their early 20s to their early 50s. Police then found 3 additional victims with gunshot wounds, and those victims were rushed to shock trauma, where we are learning that all 3 are now in stable condition. That is the good news this morning. But we want to give you a live look at the scene where police have been for hours overnight. We have FBI that we've seen here on scene, and of course investigators you can see huddled over there on the sidewalk. We are learning that a suspect is in custody at this time, and they have also collected a weapon. But you can see now that the sun's up that this is what appears to be a relatively quiet neighborhood, and so still just a shock to people who live in this area. Police continue to piece what happened together, but they have determined that this was not a random incident, that this all happened because of a dispute that happened, and they do believe that there was an exchange of gunfire. They are saying at this time there is no threat, though, to the public. Reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
To keep up to date on this story as it develops, download the Fox 45 News app. There you can find breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
We truly have become the greatest comeback story in America.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had.
This was the right time to make this transition.
There are missing pieces to how we got here. So we're still under a consent decree. Juvenile crime is soaring. We're still hemorrhaging police officers. A net loss.
4 years plus in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announces he's stepping down.
The mayor promotes Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to acting commissioner. And now residents are looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe?
Well, we want you to weigh in on the conversations. You have confidence in Worley to address youth crime as BPD commissioner. So far, 68% of those who voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in yourself.
Ukraine's army is now regaining control of 2 major regions.
We've got Megan Gillen at our live center. She's got some new video just into our newsroom. Megan.
Guys, take a look at this. What you're seeing here behind me, this is actually Ukraine's army there taking back Zaporizhia and Kherson over the weekend as counter-offensive measures are now underway. Meantime, Russian officials claiming Ukraine unsuccessfully attacked one of their naval ships with 6 high-speed drone boats, marking the second such attack in several weeks. We know today, while Russia is celebrating its Independence Day, NATO is launching its largest Air Force military exercise ever, set to run from today through June 23rd. Taking you live now to the White House, where President Biden will welcome NATO's outgoing Secretary General to the Oval Office here today for talks, the latest in a series of meetings with international leaders. Last week, the president meeting with both the British and Danish prime ministers, with talks largely focused on the ongoing war in Ukraine and Western support. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's meeting gets underway. Patrice?
Breast cancer screenings vary depending on your race. Still ahead in our Monday morning house call, the jump in risk Black women could see.
The speed cameras on the JFX may not be bringing in as much cash as city leaders had hoped. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we take a look at how the city could make up that revenue.
And we could finally see some rain today. Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team is tracking the chance. That's just ahead. 6:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Lovely leaps of water. This serene scene captured at Fall Creek Falls, which is located within a Tennessee state park of the same name. Along with the waterfalls are smaller cascades, gorges, forests, and more. And this small school of hammerhead sharks gave these boaters an awesome view near Alabama's Robinson Island on Saturday.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
6:41, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Dad, and you can win some extra spending money every day now until June 15th.
Just grab your phone and scan the QR code right there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia contest. Get the question right and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
More bear sightings in our area still ahead this morning. The latest one captured on camera and how you can make sure you protect yourself and your family.
It's going, it's still going.
And I want to say a special thank you to this city and the people of this city. Seeing you, hearing from you, shaking your hands at the gas station, in the supermarkets, at church, is why I wake up every day to do this job again the next day.
Well, now to a city in crisis as crime continues to rise in Baltimore City. Michael Harrison stepping down as commissioner of the Baltimore Police Department. And now here's a look at the crime fight under Harrison. This is data from the past 6 years measuring the number of homicides between January 1st and May 31st. It shows after a historically violent start to the year last year, we are seeing some improvement, but the homicide numbers are still above where they were in 2018 when he took over, the year before his arrival. Many argue the mayor controls much of what the commissioner can do, saying that Mayor Scott is to blame for the high crime staying at high levels. Others question the timing of the announcement. Joining us now, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
A lot of people are starting to speculate on why now, 4.5 years into his 5-year contract, why is Harrison leaving now? Outside of health, some people have thrown that around. He said just Tuesday night when Councilman Eric Costello kind of got a little frustrated with him, he kept asking him about his job going on. He said, well, I'm at the pleasure of the mayor. So that suggested that 2 days later, when he resigned, is it the Mayor Scott that asked him to resign?
He has to be, Tom, one of the most frustrated police chiefs on the planet. Obviously, when he referred to the mayor, it was an indictment of the mayor that he could not do his job. Crime was continuing to soar. I'm sure it had to break his heart and the hearts of the force that the young people have taken over the city. They empowered these criminals to do more, not less. You cannot arrest them. The mayor is so caught up about feelings instead of the rule of law and punishing criminals because I guess the mayor, being young himself, identifies more with the youth than he does with the adults. And so I'm sure Harrison leaving early is an indictment that, you know what, I'm just not going to do this anymore. I'm done with this. Leave this problem to somebody else. I'm moving on.
Armstrong, you don't think it's a, I mean, we've got 2024 election coming up. The mayor's obviously going to rerun again. And you think there's any political part here saying, OK, well, let him go 5 months before or 6 months before his contract's up, and then I can get somebody else in there, or at least start kind of moving it that way as, well, I can at least use him as a scapegoat if somebody comes at me during the campaign?
Well, Tom, you're assuming that something is going to drastically change. That's not going to happen, Tom. It's going to get worse until he cracks down on this new generation of criminals, until he makes sure that the prosecutors and the DAs do their job and there are consequences and accountability for these youth committing crime, and you send a clear message, we're not going to take this anymore. Tom, nothing's going to change. Tom, they could put anybody in that position, but the mayor is running the city, and the mayor has no one to blame but himself as the reason why crime continues to increase. The community is vulnerable, and Baltimore is still one of the most dangerous places on the planet. It is the mayor, not the police chief.
During that budget hearing Tuesday night, we also heard from Harrison, who said the consent decree, was asked about that. It could end in just a couple of years. So he's questioned about that, trying to be frustrated working under the consent decree. And he said he worked on it when he was in Louisiana, and that looks like it should end here in Baltimore in a couple of years. Do you believe that?
Well, time will tell. But, you know, it's so sad that the mayor has an opportunity to do something about crime. I mean, you look at his curfew, which is still laughable if you think about how he tied police their hands behind their back. And listen, it's not just going to be Harrison. There is just a mass exodus of law enforcement officers, not only in Baltimore, but around the country, because they just cannot do their job. And when law enforcement cannot protect the community which they serve, there's nothing left for them to do but just move on and just give it to the mayor and let him just own it 100%.
Armstrong Williams, leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
A suspect in custody following a mass shooting here in Annapolis. Just ahead, we are live from the scene with the very latest in this investigation and the condition of those surviving victims.
And check this out. A bridge along I-95 in Philadelphia goes up in flames, collapses. We're taking you there live with how long this could impact traffic.
We're tracking rain showers and even some thunderstorms as we head toward the afternoon, breaking down that forecast on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, June 12th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the rain will start moving across Maryland and start falling here.
My flowers can't wait. And the lawn, I mean,
yes.
Those
we need
lawns
like a week of rain for the lawn.
Lawns are sad looking, man. They're just crusty.
They're crunchy.
Yeah, they're very crunchy. That's the whole thing.
We had rain Friday night, too, and it was a pretty good amount of rain that fell. I mean,
some folks didn't see anything.
But it didn't change it.
I'm some folks.
We definitely needed it, and we all are going to get in on some of this rain and could even see some moderate to heavy rain at times. Also could see some thunderstorms that we have to watch for. So we're in a potential weather alert day for today. Looking at on our Towson cam, sun is breaking through some of that cloud cover. It is warm, my friends. Look at these numbers, lower 70s as you step out the door in the 7 o'clock hour. We've pretty much been hanging on to these numbers for most of the morning. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. No rain on your morning commute. Different story for the evening commute. That's when some of those showers and thunderstorms are going to be rolling through. Lower 80s for our highs today, so definitely cooler. Those numbers are near average, but just slightly below. We'll take a closer look at the hour-by-hour forecast and let you know exactly when some of those showers could impact you coming up in just a few. All right, Tom, what's going on the roads? I heard some major issues out there.
Yeah, slowly getting better. I'll start with that. In your Len Stoller traffic network, you're taking a live look right here. The bottom camera shows where the incident occurred. You can still see there's still some flashing lights down there. This is 695's outer loop, right when 83 is coming down from Timonium and you're merging there. You're starting the top camera showing some of the traffic that's heading southbound on 83 starting to move. So that's really good news. And the outer loop, you're still backed up. You can see the red behind that second camera that we have there because it was closed. 2 lanes are getting by now. Some good news, and they've moved the 2 vehicles that were involved in that accident out of the area. I think it's just a little bit of cleanup left over.
We are saddened for the families, saddened for Annapolis that they have to deal with things like this, but pointing out that this sort of thing can happen anywhere and nothing gets resolved through the use of a gun.
And developing this morning, 3 mass shootings happening across the U.S. within a few hours, with one in Annapolis hitting the closest to home, the other 2 happening in California and Texas.
In Northern California, investigators say shots rang out shortly after people crashed a birthday party for a 19-year-old. The gunfire hit 7 people, ultimately killing one 18-year-old woman. The other 6 are expected to recover, and now the search is on to find who is responsible.
In Houston, at least 6 people recovering this morning after being shot outside of a Texas nightclub. Police say some sort of altercation started inside the club and then continued in the parking lot of a restaurant where someone opened fire into a crowd. Police are not sure how many shooters were involved. So far, no arrests have been made.
And then in Annapolis, a mass shooting in a residential area. In all, 6 people shot. 3 of them are dead.
We want to go straight out to Shannon Lilly. She's on the scene and has the latest for us. Shannon.
Well, we're learning, Tom, that those 3 surviving victims are in stable condition, and that is the good news this morning. But the victims that were shot and killed range in age from early 20s to early 50s, and police say they were found dead outside of a home right here along Paddington Place. You can still see this whole street and even some of the yard area littered with those evidence markers. That's those yellow little tablets that are sitting in the roadway there that you can see. Hours trying to piece this case together. They have not yet determined a motive, but they believe there was an exchange of gunfire stemming from a dispute, leaving 3 dead and sending 3 others to the hospital in what's typically a quiet neighborhood.
If you look around you, we're in a very middle-class neighborhood in Annapolis, Maryland. Tonight was an example of, yet again, senseless violence. People trying to resolve issues with guns. It is the most ridiculous thing that we can do as a society. We have to do things to stop this.
Now, that was the mayor speaking in a press conference last night, and what you're looking at right now is video of the scene. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot, and that's where first responders found the 3 victims outside the home. They were pronounced dead on scene. 3 additional victims were found with gunshot wounds, and they were taken to the hospital, and they were taken to shock trauma, where, again, we do know that they are in stable condition. But we do want to give you another live look at the scene as police continue to piece all of this together. We know there are still a lot of details that we're working to confirm from police with this shooting, and so we are going to stay out here and continue to bring you those updates as we get them, guys.
Thank you, Shannon. And at least one victim, though, is air transported. You said that. Any word, though, on a suspect?
Yeah. So, Tom, actually last night they talked about how they had a person of interest in custody. Well, this morning they did say that a suspect is in custody. So we do know that a suspect is in custody. They also say that this was not a random shooting, that this was the result of some sort of dispute, that there was an exchange of gunfire, and they say there is no threat right now to the public. Reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. These mass shootings coming on the heels of a very violent weekend here in Baltimore. Because as you can see in this map behind me, in Baltimore County, 3 people were shot. 1 died. 2 teens were also shot. In Baltimore City, 2 homicides this weekend between yesterday and today. 6 people have been shot. They include a 17-year-old and 2 21-year-olds.
The face of the crime fight is changing in Baltimore, a city that has seen more than 300 people killed each year for the past 8 straight years. This year, Mayor Scott is expanding GVRS, a central part of his crime plan that identifies people involved in crime and then just gives them a way out. Now, while the city is seeing a decline in shootings and homicides, there continues to be a shakeup in those who are leading public safety. The director who leads the mayor's office on fighting crime is stepping down at the end of the month, and the city's top cop says he is leaving as well after 4 years in Baltimore. Baltimore Commissioner Michael Harrison announced that he is stepping down.
Well, now to the crisis in the classroom. This week, the Maryland NAACP demanding changes to education. Civil rights group is meeting about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement in students graduating without necessary proficiency. In Maryland, 2 of the lowest performing school systems are Baltimore City and Prince George's County, which also have one of the most African-American students in their population.
This is a situation where African-American children who can learn just like white children or any other children, okay, come into systems and they're not educated.
Now, the Maryland NAACP conference in Linthicum Heights is happening this Thursday and Friday, June 15th and 16th. Fox 45 News and our Project Baltimore team will be there.
And as we've reported previously, there is currently a lawsuit against Baltimore City and city schools about the improper education of students. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump has joined that lawsuit. This past November, a judge denied a request from the city to dismiss the suit filed by a Baltimore couple, claiming that city schools are wasting taxpayer dollars. 7:08 now. This morning, hundreds of thousands of commuters on a section of I-95 are starting this week forced to take a different route to work after a major roadway collapse.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how long these repairs could take. Megan.
Not a great start to the morning here, guys. We are taking you live. This is Interstate 95 in Philadelphia. This is an aerial view as we zoom in right there. That's the section of highway that collapsed early yesterday. It is just gone, that massive section right there. As a result, when they zoom out, you can see traffic just backed up as that area is now closed. And officials say, guys, this could take months to repair. We've got some video just into our newsroom here showing those crews busy at work yesterday. They're working through the night to remove the collapsed section. According to the Coast Guard, a tanker truck carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline caught fire underneath the highway there, causing it to sever and collapse. Check out this video actually captured by a driver. Can you imagine passing through this, seeing the heavy smoke stretching across both sides of the highway there before it just collapsed? What's amazing, seeing that drivers are passing through this area at this point, no injuries or deaths have been reported. That's the good news. We do know that crews were on the scene for hours yesterday. That tanker, by the way, is still trapped underneath the highway here this morning. They're still working to remove some parts of it. Again, repairs expected to take several months. Pennsylvania's governor announcing that he plans to issue a disaster declaration today to try to speed up federal funds. The major shutdown, no doubt, going to cause a headache for drivers. Already seeing that this morning. This section of 95, by the way, is said to carry roughly 160,000 vehicles a day. Just imagine that. This is likely the busiest interstate in Pennsylvania. Right now, state and federal officials are investigating this. We do know that the National Transportation Safety Board is also involved in all of this. That's the traffic, guys. You know, all of that 160,000 cars that are being diverted, they're on the side roads now, and it is just backed up as far as you can see. Again, the bridge, a live look of what that looks like here this morning as they're still trying to remove debris from the bridge that fell and remove parts of that tanker that's still underneath. We're going to keep you posted as this situation continues to unfold right here from our live center. Tom, Patrice.
All right, it's 7:11. Time to get another check of the forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to talk about the rain headed our way, but there's also some storm threats and even possibility of hail.
Yeah, some damaging wind gusts, some hail possible later today, at least for parts of our area. Mainly the eastern shores will have the strongest threat for some of that severe weather. Taking a look outside right now, well, we're seeing the sun that is actually breaking through some of those clouds at this time, and temperatures remaining on the warm or even mild side. And you can see those numbers here in the low to mid 70s next couple of hours if you do want to get out for a run or a jog. I'd get it done now before that rain rolls in. We're talking about midday today into the early afternoon, our best chance to see some of those storms start to fire. So 70s and 80s for our highs. Those numbers cooler than yesterday's highs and a little bit closer to the average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
7:12 trending now. Starting June 14th, some Maryland residents can expect a significant change in their phone system.
Maryland Public Service Commission introducing a new area code. It's 227. They say this is due to the growing demand for telephone numbers in the 240 and 301 area code region, including people in Frederick, Silver Spring, and Bowie, just to name a few. People will start receiving a new area code when requesting a new service or adding an additional line.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is the time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win some extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code on your screen, and that gives you a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of that $100 Visa gift card. Again, just scan the QR code to get to the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Well, here's a look at stories making your headlines this hour. After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announces he's stepping down. What Baltimoreans are hoping for the change in leadership.
And a new study is now advising all women to get screening for breast cancer at the age of 40. After the break, we're going to take a look at the current recommendations on screening for mammograms. 7:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 7:16, and we need to get another check of the forecast.
That's right. It's a Monday morning, and a lot of kids are off school. Some, yeah, you're still going, but for the ones that are off, hey, will you need an umbrella at all today when you're out at maybe a camp or helping your parents do some chores?
The ones that are still going, they're pretty much off, too.
Yeah,
they're not doing much when they're there.
Yeah.
But for the ones at home, poor kids, I hope you don't have to start doing chores on your first day off of school. Unless you're
they were off on the weekend.
Unless you're in the Rogers household.
That's right. Those clothes are not going to fold themselves, right? Yeah.
Well, and you know what they need to make today?
What's that?
Peanut butter cookies.
All right.
Today's peanut butter cookie day. Do you guys remember?
That's perfect because they could do the dishes after they're finished making them.
Perfect. But do you guys remember making those where you put the fork,
yes,
like to make the cross stitch in that? Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of peanut butter cookies.
Oh, man, Patrice, come on.
I know. I like peanut butter. I don't
like it at all.
Do you like falafel?
Do you like falafel?
Falafel? I do.
That's nothing like peanut butter, but sure.
All right. Well, it's falafel day, too. So
okay.
There's your dinner and dessert. Our live cam in Towson, we have the cloud cover that's out there and the sun that is breaking through some of those clouds right now. It's warm, and let's take a look at our HD radar where we're actually seeing a couple of showers just south of Salisbury, a little bit of moderate rain there out toward Ocean City. Most of us here along the bay not seeing much of anything, but western Maryland picking up just a few showers from Cumberland over toward Martinsburg, West Virginia, up into Hagerstown as well. Now, I do want to let you know we have a marginal risk for severe weather. All of us in the green here, so we're in a potential weather alert day. We're not going to shift into weather alert mode right now. We may need that later this afternoon as some of those storms could get a little bit strong and potentially in that severe category. Notice where the yellow area is. That's mainly for the eastern shore. That's where we'll have a better chance of some of the stronger storms to develop. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So either way, we're getting some rain, much needed rain, but it does come with that threat for a couple of those thunderstorms. You can actually see a few of those lightning strikes basically south of Salisbury down through Virginia Beach and north of that. The areas to the west, it's just rain that is moving in right now. That's that cold front moving into the much warmer air that we are seeing at this time. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. This through 10 o'clock this morning, keeping those clouds around, but really not seeing the rain, and not until about noon. That's when showers are going to start to develop, and we'll see those showers that will push through in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Look at those areas with orange and red, those big blobs right there. That's where we'll see the better chance of some of the moderate to heavy rainfall. That's going to be taking place between about 2 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. Then as we take you into the evening time, all of that rain moves out of here. And yeah, talking about school, those kids who are still doing it this week for the final week of the bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, before we put the bus in the garage for the summertime. Lower 70s this hour, lower 80s into the noon hour, and we'll keep those 80s going for you later this afternoon. Make sure those kids have the umbrellas and they're ready to go for that rain on the way today. Upper 70s and lower 80s across the board for our high temps today. We're going to see those numbers a little bit closer to average for this time of year, mainly along the Philly, Baltimore, and D.C. corridor there in 95. So the larger picture, there's the future scan with that cold front, drier air tomorrow working through, and then another chance for some showers coming on Wednesday. 6 days away from Father's Day. Next Monday is Juneteenth. We're 9 days away from the summer solstice, and then we're looking at 22 days until Independence Day. So 3 weeks from tomorrow is the 4th of July. And how about 12 weeks from today, Labor Day? That's right, the end of summer. I know, we just got started. We're like, what's going on? But either way, summer solstice is coming up in 9 days, so that is actually next Wednesday. So these are the last few days of spring. We're talking about upper 80s into Thursday and Friday, close to 90 on Saturday. For Dad on Sunday, well, we may see a couple of showers as well, maybe even a stray thunderstorm on Sunday afternoon.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and the backups on the outer loop are still, you can see them. And look down at the bottom right. This is 83, right when it merges with the outer loop at 695 southbound, or the outer loop there. There were some slowdowns. There was 2 vehicles that got in an accident, and they have caused some major backup over the last couple hours now. The cars are gone, but you can still see 83 southbound on the top screen when you're merging to go in, slowly moving. So there are some backups, outer loop and 83 southbound throughout the Timonium area. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham, who is actually driving now on 83 northbound. But earlier, he was stuck in the Timonium area, stuck in that traffic. So you can see he's moving along and showing us some of the different angles throughout that region. So that's good news there, as you're seeing southbound traffic on the left-hand side are starting to move a lot better now. Crime Scene Kitchen, it's back for another season of making mystery on Fox. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, meet the duo that will be representing Baltimore.
And with the Hosanna School Museum getting ready for their Juneteenth celebration, we'll tell you all about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
(7:24). It's so Baltimore. The Hosanna School Museum is rich in history, and they're gearing up for a big event.
In fact, this weekend you can learn more about the Juneteenth at their annual festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live there this morning with what we can expect. Good morning, Mark.
That's right, our favorite historian, Dr. Barnes, our most beautiful historian, always, filling us in with information we did not know, getting ready for our Juneteenth celebration. What's going on, Doc?
Well, we are out here at the historic Hosanna School Museum, which is very representative. It was built or started in the year of that Juneteenth happened, 1865. And as you know, with freedom, African Americans were looking for education because they knew that was transformative and would make a big difference. But we're going to have an exciting day with all kinds of activities. I have with us Jam Squad, who's giving away free bikes. Wow. 35 free bikes. Get your ticket online and you can get a bike. But we have a full day of edutainment for the whole family. Music, dance, food, crafts, activities, horse rides, you name it, is here. So don't miss Juneteenth, June 17th from 12 to 6 here at the historic Hosanna School Museum.
Dr. Barnes, you always bring such energy because you can feel the excitement.
I'm trying to keep up with you.
Because you love what you do. So again, it's going to be a great event, a great chance for the kids to win, but also to learn.
Absolutely.
And for all of us to know our history.
That's a great event. They've got a lot going on there. All right, Mark, thank you. Well, if you want more information about getting out there, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Work week is starting off with a chance of showers and possible thunderstorms.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we can expect that weather maker to roll in.
A live look at the scene after 6 people were shot in this quiet neighborhood here in Annapolis. Just ahead, I'll have the very latest in this investigation and an update on the condition of the surviving victims.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday. Coming up on 7:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Expect some rain, and when is the big question today?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that answer.
Yeah, and we were talking too, guys, about the potential for some thunderstorms that could bring some damaging wind gusts, possibly even some hail and some moderate to heavy rainfall as well. That's what we all want to see because we've been so dry. The sun is out and it's going to start cooking up that ground. It's already pretty warm. Notice those temperatures on the right side of your screen, mainly in the 70s right now, and that's pretty much what we're seeing statewide. It's a little cooler in Oakland and Cumberland for Western Maryland, where we're already seeing some rain showers moving in. But right now, everything is dry up and down the Chesapeake. So get your yard work and gardening done. I know those lawns are pretty dry and crusty, but if you maybe want to get a mow in before the rain rolls in, that's going to be a good thing to do because later today is when those showers and storms develop. We'll keep the lower 80s today through the first part of the middle part of the week. Notice tomorrow's nice and dry, but another round of some showers possible on Wednesday as well. We'll take a closer look at that and what we can expect as we head toward Father's Day weekend coming up in a few. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network now. 2 lanes of the outer loop near the JFX are now open, so that's an improvement. 2 vehicles were involved in a crash. Still going to be a slow go through that area, so if you can find an alternate route.
7:31 this morning, we're continuing our coverage of a mass shooting that struck an Annapolis neighborhood just last night where 3 people are dead, 3 others recovering this morning.
Shannon Lilly is live in Annapolis. She's got the latest details. Shannon.
Well, police confirm they do have a suspect in custody at this time, Patrice. They also say that they've recovered at least one weapon as this investigation continues. I mean, we are talking hours now. They started this late last night or just after 8 p.m. and they are still out this morning. You can see them there with what looks like metal detectors. They've been combing through the yard looking for shell casings and any other evidence. And we have also seen a lot of those evidence markers in the yard and in the street right there in the roadway. And so they have a lot of work cut out for them. They've been working all throughout the night, but this is quite a sight to see for neighbors in this area because this is an area that's typically thought of as safe.
As the mayor said, a very stable community. This is unusual for this area. No area is immune. We live in times now where there's the availability of handguns are plentiful right now. We have people who are willing to use them, but that's everywhere in this country. It's not unique to Annapolis. But to answer your question, we don't get very many calls of this nature in this area. Very unusual. And again, I have to say it again, there's no public safety threat as a result of this incident.
So that was the police chief you just heard speaking in a press conference last night. And what you're looking at right now is video of the scene from last night. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. That's where first responders found 3 victims dead outside a home, all 3 males ranging in ages between their early 20s to their early 50s. Police then found 3 additional victims with gunshot wounds, and those victims were rushed to shock trauma. We are also learning that those 3 victims are all now in stable condition, those surviving victims. So that's the good news this morning. But again, as you're taking another live look at the scene, police are continuing to try to piece this together. They have not yet determined a motive for the shooting, but they do tell us that they believe that this was not a random shooting, that this all stemmed from a dispute that unfolded at a home here. And so they say that there is no threat to the public, but they are still working to get to the bottom of this. And as we get more information, we'll bring it to you. Reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
So the fact that this is happening now in June should not surprise anyone. If it is indeed true that he has no other job offers and it's just a time to relax, the contract is up next year. To me, this speaks to the larger issue of the lack of trust and credibility from Baltimore City leadership.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announces he is stepping down.
The mayor promotes Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to acting commissioner. And now residents are looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe?
Let's take a look at the crime numbers since Worley assumed the role as acting commissioner Thursday morning. So far, there have been 4 homicides. This includes a man who was shot and killed around 5 o'clock Saturday night on Ashton Street. Another just after 11:20 Sunday morning along Plum Street. No non-fatal shootings stand at 5. One happening just a couple blocks from Fells Point around 3 Sunday morning.
Violence has business owners in Fells Point on edge, but they are looking to the new commissioner to take this old problem in Baltimore and solve it.
What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe? Because we've heard everything else.
I think that there's hope for change.
Well, whether or not there can be change has yet to be seen. Residents are waiting to see what happens. Now, just 2 days before Harrison announced that he is stepping down, he was at City Hall talking about the city's crime fight. His tenure was a topic of concern.
Do you, Commissioner Michael Harrison, do you, notwithstanding the mayor's position, plan on remaining an active and working employee of the city of Baltimore?
I don't know that I can answer that question right now because I serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and I have to know where the mayor stands on that.
Well, under Harrison's 4-year tenure, the city saw 4 consecutive years of more than 300 homicides. Last June, the city recorded its deadliest month under Harrison. This year, homicides and shootings have declined, but it is spiking among young people.
When the history book is written on his 4 years as commissioner, that there was a lot of focus on consent decree compliance. And there's been continued challenges on the crime fighting front. And the biggest challenge of all is just maintaining an adequate staff police department.
We want you to weigh in on the conversation. Do you have confidence in Worley to address youth crime as the new commissioner? So far, 69% of those who voted at this early stage say no. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The fight between Russia and Ukraine intensifying once again after the break from our live center. The counteroffensive measures that are now underway.
We are expecting a chance for showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Just ahead, when we can expect to dry out. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. Our HD radar opening up the big live window right now, showing us that we are seeing a few showers. Martinsburg, West Virginia, just south of Hagerstown. No real lightning strikes at this time, but when you pull out a little bit farther, you can actually see a few of those lightning strikes just south of Salisbury, moving up the coast there in the Delmarva Peninsula. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're going to see more of this rain develop as we head later into the day, but your morning drive is fine, even though it's kind of warm with temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Maybe the AC as you're out for your morning drive this morning. We'll take a look at a very different evening commute for you coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Ukraine's army now regaining control of 2 major regions.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the new video that's just into our newsroom. Megan.
Yeah, guys, you can see it right behind me. What you're looking at here is Ukraine army taking back Zaporizhia and Kherson over the weekend as their counteroffensive measures are underway. Meantime, Russian officials claiming Ukraine unsuccessfully attacked one of their naval ships with 6 high-speed drone boats, marking the second such attack in several weeks. Today, while Russia is celebrating its Independence Day, NATO is launching its largest Air Force military exercise ever. It's set to run from today through June 23rd. I want to take you live now to the White House, where President Biden will be welcoming NATO's outgoing Secretary General to the Oval Office for talks here today, the latest in a series of meetings with international leaders. Last week, the president meeting with both the British and Danish prime ministers, with talks largely focused on the ongoing war in Ukraine and Western support. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's meeting gets underway. That's the latest. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Baltimore City losing money from the JFX speed cameras program. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, why they're having trouble getting speeders to pay the fines.
And recreational cannabis use and possession will become legal in Maryland in just 2 weeks. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how cannabis use has some effects on the heart. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:44. New recommendations about breast cancer screenings are raising some concern among some women. The proposal says that women should start screenings at 40 instead of 50. But for African American women, that may still be too late. For today's Monday Morning House Call, Dr. Sarah Fogarty, the director of the Sandra and Malcolm Berman Comprehensive Breast Care Center at GBMC, joins us. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Okay, so it sounds positive. Start screening earlier, and maybe for some women that is. How should women be interpreting these new screening recommendations?
Right. So in the 2016, the task force had guidelines saying starting at 50 every other year, and that was the previous guideline. And now they've just shifted to starting at 40, still recommending every other year. That is an improvement, but most of us that follow different governing bodies for screening recommendations have been screening since age 40 for the population, and actually annually. So that's not really a big change for a lot of us under the American College of Surgeons, the American Society of Breast Surgeons. And so those screening guidelines are definitely an improvement, but still not what, we've been doing that for a long time already.
So let's talk about a particular population then for Black women. Some of the statistics there, under 35, they get breast cancer at twice the rate of white women. They're 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer. And some of the statistics say that they tend to have denser breasts than white women. So even these recommendations at 40 just don't seem to serve that population very well.
Well, so that's a really good point. And we talk about risk assessment in women all the time, and especially in African Americans, something that they should be advocating, as well as should primary care doctors, looking at their risk, thinking about density, thinking about family histories, of course. Some women, yes, 35 may be the better recommendation. And we do this all the time where we're looking at risk assessment models and understanding, should we be screening patients earlier? Should we be using other modalities, including MRI, including ultrasound in conjunction with mammogram? I think it's a really individualized process. These screening guidelines are very much for a general population. And when we think about individuals, sometimes these recommendations are not correct. And so I think a lot of patients, especially starting around 25, 30, should bring up family history to their doctors. Doctors should also be discussing this with them as well. Should we think about sending you to a breast center to get evaluated for your risk? Should we be talking about imaging earlier? It's definitely, we talk about disparities in cancer treatment and care a lot. This is a huge focus right now. And so that's something that I think needs a lot more research, but also needs to really be thought about with starting at your primary care and OBGYN level and saying, should you really be getting seen and evaluated earlier?
So I'm hearing there, women, advocate for yourself, even if that's not what the guidelines say, even if maybe the doctors are questioning it. If you know, and advocate for yourself, because that could help you.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of women are getting better at doing this. I still think there's a lot of disparities in care and in screening, especially in states where Medicaid, there's limitations, where really health insurance plays a huge role, a lot of socioeconomic factors that are really something that the Commission on Cancer for this country is really working on. So those are all important things.
All right. So I'm glad we could raise the point today that for the African American community, especially, you need to take more awareness about this and not just go by the guidelines. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time this morning.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, well, it's 7:48. We want to get another check of the forecast. We're all doing the rain dance around here.
That's
Staying
right.
off, it sounds like.
Excited about it, too. Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers has when, where, and how much.
Yeah, we saw some rain in quotes on Friday. We really haven't seen measurable rain for all of us since Pimlico, which was on May 20th. So our drought continues. Today, a large portion of our viewing area is going to get at least some rain, and some of you may even get some strong thunderstorms as well. Right now, the sun is out as we look down the 395. You can see the Charm City tanks there. And of course, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, the sweep over the weekend of your Baltimore Orioles. So having the day off today before they take on the Blue Jays tomorrow night. And it's good that that game is tomorrow night as opposed to tonight, because we are tracking some more showers and thunderstorms later today. Right at 73 degrees. That's the number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Let me tell you, those temperatures have been hanging in the low 70s for most of the morning. A few light showers here being right around Salisbury. In fact, you can look out over the eastern shore, Salisbury just to the west of Ocean City. But notice no lightning strikes at this time, and we're not seeing much of anything up and down the Chesapeake. But a few showers here in western Maryland, Hagerstown back through Martinsburg, seeing just a few light showers at this time. We are under a marginal risk for severe weather, so we're monitoring that weather alert day potential. Not going to shift into it right now because most of the models are saying we'll have a stray pop-up thunderstorm here or there, not a widespread chance of storms, but better chance does exist for our friends to the east, and that includes most of Delaware, pretty much the entire eastern shore, Salisbury to Ocean City, and even parts of Easton and Cambridge down through Denton. That's where we'll see our better chance, at least in our viewing area, of some of the stronger storms later today. This is all because we've got that warm air, that warm front, which is what we're seeing right now. Then you have the cold front coming through with that area of low pressure acting kind of as an engine. That's going to be driving that front through the area. And this is what's going to happen over the next couple of hours. So notice we're dry through about 10 o'clock this morning. Now the updated weather models are showing some decent rain right around noon. So you can see how this is kind of upped our time just a little bit in terms of that timing. So the middle part of the day today into the early afternoon is going to be our best chance for some scattered showers. And notice how pretty much all of us are going to get in on at least some of that rain. That rain sticks around through about 5, 6 o'clock this evening before all of that pushes out of here into the later night hours tonight and into the overnight as well. So that's going to be good because we definitely need some of that rain. Just have to watch for some of those thunderstorms. So as I always say, when thunder roars, head indoors. Dry tomorrow with temps in the lower 80s. Another chance for some showers coming on Wednesday. A weak system coming through, but that could bring us a little bit more rain. And then we're drier and warmer as we approach Father's Day weekend. And, Tom, the final weekend of spring.
That's right, even though it feels like summer already. Yeah, thank you, Justin. Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, 2 lanes, the outer loop. They are now, look at this, great news here. They have opened them back up, so you're starting to relieve some of the backup traffic that was on the outer loop 695 and southbound 83, where they merged. This happened a few hours ago where 2 vehicles had collided and they had blocked off all of the outer loop. 1 lane was getting by on the shoulder. So hopefully this is now all finished and no other issues to report around the Baltimore region.
Keep up with your exercise routine on vacation. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, some simple exercises you can do without leaving your hotel room.
With their Hosada School Museum getting ready for the Juneteenth celebration, it's going to be amazing. All morning long, we'll be checking in, telling you about it on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
With a Monday morning coming up and then rain on the way. Ugh.
It's time for a coffee break. $7.55. Take a look at this. Mondawmin Mall continues to grow.
And just yesterday, Fox 45 News spoke with a group of artists working on a new mural.
This project started back in October. One of the mall general managers reached out to me to do a project for the walls to uplift the community, bring a positive message. Everybody that walked past, they love seeing the positive messages, the history from Thurgood Marshall, seeing the row homes represent the neighborhood.
Yep, you see the depiction of the classic row home style there in Baltimore, but this is just a sneak peek. There is a special unveiling happening at a later date. Enjoy some sweet summer fun in Hershey Park. It is just a short road trip away, and you can go for free. The first caller will win a 4-pack of tickets that are good until September 10th.
Well, call now because the number is right there on your screen. That's 410-469-8308. 10th caller will win that 4-pack of tickets to go to Hershey Park. Good luck. Be sure to carry your umbrella today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we could expect some showers and thunderstorms.
You're taking a live look at the scene after 6 people were shot in this quiet neighborhood here in Annapolis. 3 of them were killed. Just ahead, we'll have the very latest in this investigation, plus the status of those surviving victims.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, June 12th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we have been talking about the R word, rain. It's really happening.
You don't usually get this excited about it, but we need it. So we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Never win over here in the weather department. Everybody's like either like, oh, we don't want it to rain, or we want it to be sunny, and now we want rain. We're trying to get some of that rain that's going to roll in, and we are going to see a good amount of it. In fact, some of us could see some good downpours, maybe half an inch to an inch for some of you. So definitely needed with as drought-stricken as we are right now. Here's a look from our Towson camera. We have the sun and clouds. Just stepped outside a moment ago myself, and it definitely feels muggy out there. You can feel some of those showers in Hagerstown and Martinsburg trying to make a run at us here. Overall, we're dry now in Baltimore and most of central Maryland, but a few more showers developing just off the coast here of Salisbury and Ocean City right now. That's where we're seeing actually some thunderstorm activity there. Temperature-wise, well, low to mid-70s, so it is definitely mild, even warm conditions right now, and those numbers will stay in the 70s for the next couple of hours. In fact, getting closer to the lower 80s by about noontime. That's when some of those showers and storms will start to move in. We'll take a closer look at this and how it's going to impact the rest of your day coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network. Lanes on the outer loop near the JFX are now reopening. Some good news there. We have a live look from that area. 2 of the 4 lanes open. 2 vehicles were involved in a crash there. It caused all the lanes to shut down again. Starting to see some improvement here. Hopefully this will clear out in the coming minutes here. Developing now this morning, 3 mass shootings happening across the United States in a matter of hours, with one in Annapolis hitting the closest to home. The other 2 happening in California and Texas. In Northern California, investigators say shots rang out shortly after some people crashed a birthday party for a 19-year-old. The gunfire hit 7 people, ultimately killing one 18-year-old woman. The other 6 are expected to recover. Now the search is on to find who is responsible. And in Houston, Texas, at least 6 people are recovering this morning after being shot outside a Texas nightclub. Police say some sort of altercation started inside the club, and then it continued into the parking lot of the Taboo restaurant, where someone opened fire into the crowd. Police are not sure how many shooters are involved, and no arrests have been made.
And then in Annapolis, a mass shooting in a residential area. In all, 6 people shot. 3 of them are dead.
Let's go straight to Shannon Lilly with the latest on this. Shannon.
Yeah, we're learning, Megan and Patrice, that those 3 victims that were surviving victims, that they are now in stable condition, and that is the good news this morning. But those 3 victims that were killed range in age from early 20s to early 50s, and they were found dead, we're told, outside of a home here along Paddington Place. You can still see police on the scene, where they have been for hours piecing this case together. Now, they have not determined a motive, but they believe there was a gunfire exchange stemming from a dispute, leaving 3 dead and sending 3 others to the hospital in what's typically a quiet neighborhood.
If you look around you, we're in a very middle-class neighborhood in Annapolis, Maryland. Tonight was an example of, yet again, senseless violence. People trying to resolve issues with guns. It is the most ridiculous thing that we can do as a society. We have to do things to stop this.
Yeah, that was the mayor speaking in a press conference last night, and this is video of the scene that you're looking at. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. That's where first responders found the 3 victims outside the home. 3 additional victims were found with gunshot wounds, and they were taken to shock trauma, where again they are now in stable condition. But you're taking another live look at the scene here. You can see those evidence markers in the roadway and law enforcement vehicles packing this entire street. And keep in mind, guys, that this is going on 12 hours that they have been out here since 8 p.m. last night. So this investigation just continues.
Shannon, any word on a suspect?
Yes, in fact, Megan, we heard last night that they had a person of interest in custody. That's what police told us. But earlier this morning, they say that earlier this morning, they said that that person of interest is a suspect, and so they're naming them as a suspect. They say that this was all a result of an interpersonal dispute and that there is no threat to the public. Of course, anyone with information is urged to call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this mass shooting comes on the heels of a violent weekend here in the Baltimore region as well. In Baltimore County, 3 people were shot. 1 of them is dead. 2 were teens. In the city, 2 homicides this weekend. Between yesterday and today, 6 people were shot. They include a 17-year-old and 2 21-year-olds.
The face of the crime fight is changing in Baltimore.
A city that has seen more than 300 people killed each year for the past 8 straight years. This year, Mayor Brandon Scott is expanding GVRS.
It is a central part of his crime plan that identifies people involved in crime and gives them a way out. And while the city is seeing a decline in shootings and homicides from last year, there continues to be a shakeup in those leading public safety.
That's right. The director who leads the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement is stepping down at the end of the month. And the city's top cop says he is leaving. After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Harrison abruptly announced last week that he is stepping down.
Now to the crisis in the classroom. This week, the Maryland NAACP is demanding changes to education. The civil rights group is meeting about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement and students graduating without necessary proficiency. In Maryland, 2 of the lowest performing school systems are Baltimore City and Prince George's County, which also have the most African-American students.
This is a situation where African-American children who can learn just like white children or any other children, okay, come into systems and they're not educated.
Well, the Maryland NAACP conference in Linthicum Heights is happening June 15th and 16th. Fox 45 News and our Project Baltimore team will be there.
And as we've reported previously, there's currently a lawsuit against Baltimore City and city schools about the improper education of students. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump has joined that lawsuit. This past November, a judge denied a request from the city to dismiss the suit that was filed by a Baltimore couple, claiming that city schools are wasting taxpayer dollars. 8:07 now. This morning, hundreds of thousands of commuters on a section of I-95 are starting this week, forced to take a different route to work after a major roadway collapse.
Just incredible images coming in. We have Tom Rogers at our live center with how long the repairs could take. What are you seeing, Tom?
Yeah, right now they just took down the shot that we had a second ago. Philadelphia, a few exits down from where a section of highway collapsed earlier yesterday. You could see flashing lights earlier. Right now, the entire area is closed off. In fact, you see some footage right here, and they're saying that this could take months to repair. 95 north and southbound outside of Philadelphia closed because of that overpass that collapsed here. Just coming into our newsroom, crews worked through the night removing the collapsed section. According to the Coast Guard, a tanker truck carrying 8,500 gallons of gasoline caught fire underneath the highway, causing it to sever and then collapse. In fact, this video, let me show you the video of a driver, a retired Philadelphia police officer. You can see him driving up to it. Now watch this. When the car goes over underneath the smoke, you can actually see and feel, when you're along with them, the road buckling. You see that right there? He says just seconds after recording this, he actually ended up pulling over a half a mile down the road and stopping and turning around because it completely collapsed. He was down there giving interviews with some of the media that was there. But watch this right here. It's both sides. But see that buckle right there? That's what ended up collapsing. No injuries or deaths have been reported from this. We know crews were on the scene for hours yesterday. The tanker still trapped underneath the highway this morning. Again, repairs expected to take several months. Pennsylvania's Governor Shapiro announcing that he plans to issue a disaster declaration today, any hour now, to try and speed up the federal funds to help speed up the process. Major shutdown will no doubt cause a headache for drivers. Anybody up and down the East Coast here. The section of 95 is said to be carrying roughly 160,000 vehicles across it each day, likely the busiest interstate in Pennsylvania. Right now, state and federal officials are investigating, including the National Transportation Safety Board. And of course, we'll keep you posted as that situation continues to unfold right here from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Well, we are just weeks away from the start of recreational cannabis use in the state. Still ahead this morning, the warnings coming from doctors before July 1st.
And Baltimore has a new police commissioner after Commissioner Michael Harrison's abrupt departure. How residents feel about the change in leadership.
Well, we've got a lot of clouds out there, warm temperatures, and the storms that are brewing to the west. We'll take a closer look at how that's going to impact your afternoon plans. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:12 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast here for your Monday. I hope you enjoyed your weekend. We're back at it here with a chance for showers and thunderstorms today. In fact, look at this HD radar, which has been a little bit more active just over the past hour or so. Most of the thunderstorm activity we're seeing is just off the coast, so south of Ocean City and Salisbury, but more of that rain is for Cumberland over toward Pittsburgh. So we'll continue to track this over the next few hours as you head out the door. Maybe some sunglasses now just because we have the sun poking through some of those clouds, but definitely the umbrella as we head later into the day today. So get your run or your jog in outside this morning before those rain showers roll in. Unless you like running in the rain, just going to watch being outside when some of the potential thunderstorms start rolling in. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Ukraine's army is regaining control of two major regions. We'll have the latest developments in the ongoing conflict.
But first, Baltimore's new speed cameras might not bring in as much money as officials had hoped. How the city is planning to make up for the lost income. 8:13 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
Baltimore City announcing less than expected revenue coming in from the JFX speed cameras this morning. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in. David, the bad news, it's less money for the city. The good news, drivers might be slowing down.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously it's good news if drivers are slowing down, but the city was expecting a lot of money from these speed cameras. In fact, they're expecting about $38 million in their first year, and they've only gotten $7 million out of this. And that doesn't even take into account the money they're paying the company to operate these speed cameras. So at the end of the day, the city's getting very little money out of this. And I'm not surprised because this has happened in other cities. Washington, D.C., they expected $98 million. They only got $27 million. So this is happening across the board. And that's what happens when you're a city and you do these gimmicks. And this is a gimmick, right? A speed camera to bring in revenue. When you use gimmicks like this to bring in revenue, because it's always fool's gold because you don't get the money that you think you're going to get.
So, David, what can the city do to make up for the lost revenue?
This is where I'm really concerned because the city may overreact and say, well, right now it's 12 miles an hour over the speed limit where you get this ticket. They may bring that down to 8 or 9 miles an hour over the speed limit to try to do that. And right now, tickets, I believe, are $40. Maybe they double that to try to bring in the revenue. So I think there are a lot of bad options here for the city to try to bring in the revenue. And that's why you don't count on things like this, because a lot of people are getting tickets. They're not paying them. That's the problem, is that people are slowing down, but a lot of people are still speeding. They're just not paying the tickets, and there's really no enforcement to go after the people that owe this money.
Interesting. Any other concerns, David, for taxpayers?
Well, not for taxpayers, but I think all consumers is the privacy aspect of this. This is surveillance because they're taking pictures of your license plate. And what does this mean? Who is holding this information? Very sensitive information about where you are, the time of day. Obviously on JFX, you're there, but this could be used by law enforcement. So I think there are a lot of privacy concerns on this. And again, at the end of the day, if people are slowing down, that's good because we've seen some really high profile, awful accidents, in the Baltimore area, but I just don't think that's happening. I think people are still speeding. They're just not paying the tickets.
Very interesting. All right, David Williams, thanks for weighing in on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, it's 8:18 now, and we need to get another check of the forecast and rain that's headed our way.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the timeline of when we can expect it.
Yeah, looking like to be, I'd say, after about 11 into the noon hours when things are going to start to get going. And then as we take you later into the afternoon and evening, more of those showers and thunderstorms that are going to be developing. You can see some of the sun that is out there right now breaking through some of that cloud cover, lighting up the Charm City tanks right there as we look down 395 over toward the Patapsco. 75 is your current temperature, so we only bottomed out in the lower 70s. It was very warm this morning and continues to be kind of warm and muggy out there right now. And you can see on our HD radar where some of those showers are. They've moved out of Salisbury over toward parts of Delaware. So right around Ocean City and Salisbury, seeing just a few of those light showers right now. We're dry right here along the Baltimore region and up and down the Chesapeake, but a few more of those showers in western Maryland is what we've been tracking this morning. Starting to see a little bit more of that in Hagerstown and back toward Martinsburg, West Virginia, but no lightning strikes at this time. However, as we get later into the day today, we could see some of those storms develop. And this is from the Storm Prediction Center. The marginal risk here in green, that's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. The slight risk here for Denton and areas in Caroline County and parts of Talbot County under a 2. That is a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And you can see where that yellow area is. That's where we'll have a better chance of some of those stronger storms. We'll get an update from the Storm Prediction Center at the top of the hour. So into that 9 o'clock hour is when we'll have another update to see if we get that expanded or pushed back. Here's a look at that cold front that is just to the west of us right now. You can see those showers are going to start moving through as we get later into the morning time. So this is in the next couple of hours. Notice around Frederick and Gaithersburg starting to pick up a few showers. But right around lunchtime is when we'll see a good amount of showers. If you can go ahead and put that thing down on the bottom of the screen, please, real quick. I just want to show how some of those showers are from Cockeysville down through Baltimore City to Annapolis and right down the Chesapeake. And then more of those off and on showers continue into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And you can see more of those green and even orange blobs moving through in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. So that's when we're going to see the best chance of showers and some of those thunderstorms. Could bring some damaging wind gusts, possibly even some hail as well. We're dry tomorrow, looking good, but another round of showers possible Wednesday. Then we're heating up, even though we'll be drier as we head toward Father's Day weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, wishes do come true. We have got a behind-the-scenes look at Disney on Ice.
This morning we're at the Hasana School, and coming up, we're going to have an actor portray an historic teacher as we celebrate Juneteenth. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
824, it's so Baltimore. The Hosanna School Museum is elevating African American history and culture.
This morning, you can celebrate and learn more about Juneteenth. It's happening this weekend. We have Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark with what we can expect. Hi, Mark.
How's it going, guys? I'm with actress Brittany Martin. Brittany's going to be, well, tell us what you're going to be doing, Brittany, at the celebration.
So at the celebration, I will be doing a reenactment of the first African-American teacher who taught here at the Hosanna School, and her name was Emonia Goodell Highgates.
Wow, and so does she speak to you? Can you feel the, because when you come in the presence, it feels like you can feel the ancestors.
Sometimes I do, but sometimes I try to channel as much as I can before any performance. I'm like, Emonia, yeah, come through.
And so, let me ask you this, could you have done it?
Oof.
You know what I mean?
I'm just thinking about all the kids that she had. I mean, there was ranging from maybe 72 students in one room, and then age range from just little all the way up to adults. That is very powerful. I mean, I applaud her for everything that she has done.
I mean, back then and to this day, our teachers really are our heroes.
Yes.
And it's what an honor for you to get a chance to do it. I know you're going to do a great job.
Thank you.
But it is a reminder, because I think sometimes, in our conversation about teachers, we forget how powerful they are. And imagine at that time, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
A life-changing experience that basically informed these people for the rest of their life and for generations.
And generations on. But so I'm so happy to kind of make sure we see that type of history and perform it the best way I can.
Awesome. Well, you look amazing.
Thank you.
So we're looking forward to it. Guys, it's going to be a great celebration. And that's not the only time to come out. You can come out at other times too, but it's still, Juneteenth's going to be a great celebration.
All right, and that's going to be a good reenactment because it does make you think about what it would have been like then. That's incredible to see. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mark. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Coming up in our next half hour, a devastating bridge collapse leaves commuters stranded. How Philadelphia is trying to pick up the pieces.
You're taking a live look from the scene following a mass shooting in Annapolis. Just ahead, the very latest in this investigation and what we know right now about the suspect.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, June 12th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are going to get rain if you're not already experiencing if you're way west of us.
Let's check in and see the timing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, it's coming.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Meg, Tom, good morning to both of you. Some of us getting some heavy rain later today. Could even see an inch or more, and even some thunderstorms that we have to contend with for the afternoon. Notice in this Towson shot, you can see the cloud cover out there, but that sun is breaking through, at least for now. Not going to be the case later today as we stay mainly cloudy. And you can see it's cooler in western Maryland. For Oakland and Cumberland in the 50s and 60s, that's where the rain's falling right now. Most of us in the mid-70s up and down the Chesapeake at this time. So Hank the Bird, there he is, 76 by 9 a.m. Lower 80s into the noon hour, and those showers and storms rolling in by midday into the early part of the afternoon. So we'll top out in the lower 80s today through Wednesday. Tomorrow, a drier and nicer afternoon. Plus, it'll be a little bit clearer with a lot of the rain helping to wash away all of this smoke and haze that continues to hang with us. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thanks, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras that are up around the Baltimore region. We used to have an accident that caused a major shutdown on the outer loop 695 and 83. That is clear, and you're moving freely through that area. No issues to report there. There's just one other little incident that happened right before you get onto the Harbor Tunnel. There's an accident there, and it's causing a slowdown. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage of the mass shooting that struck an Annapolis neighborhood last night. 3 people are dead this morning, 3 others recovering.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from the scene, and she has the latest details. Shannon.
Yeah, police confirmed, Tom, that they do have a suspect in custody at this time. We also know that they've recovered at least 1 weapon. But if you take a look behind me, you can see just how large this investigation is. We have seen FBI out here on scene, as well as forensics and, of course, local police as well. You can see those evidence markers there on the street and all of those police vehicles, as well as officers who have been huddled around investigating for hours now. We're going on more than 12 hours since this shooting happened. But all of this is happening, as you can see, in what's typically thought of as a safe neighborhood.
As the mayor said, a very stable community. This is unusual for this area. No area is immune. We live in times now where there's the availability of handguns are plentiful right now. We have people who are willing to use them, but that's everywhere in this country. It's not unique to Annapolis. But to answer your question, we don't get very many calls of this nature in this area. Very unusual. And again, I have to say it again, there's no public safety threat as a result of this incident.
So that was the police chief speaking in a press conference last night. And what you're looking at right now is video of the scene from last night. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. And that's where first responders found 3 victims dead outside a home. All 3 were males ranging in ages between their early 20s to their early 50s. Police then found 3 additional victims with gunshot wounds, and those victims were rushed to shock trauma units. Now, we're learning that all 3 of those surviving victims are in stable condition this morning. So, again, as you take another live look at the scene here, police are continuing to piece this together. We've seen them go in and out of these homes here, and again, just searching for any evidence in the yard, in the street. They have not yet determined a motive for the shooting, but they do say that it is not a random incident. They believe that there was some sort of exchange of gunfire that happened following a dispute, and right now they say there is no threat to the public. We have reached out to the PIO to try to get additional information to confirm some details that we're hearing about this case, and of course, as soon as we get that information, we'll bring it to you right here. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. To keep up to date on this story as it's developing, download the Fox 45 News app. There you can find breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
We truly have become the greatest comeback story in America.
I think he ranks up there with one of the worst commissioners we've ever had.
That this was the right time to make this transition.
There are missing pieces to how we got here.
So we're still under a consent decree. Juvenile crime is soaring. We're still hemorrhaging police officers.
After 4 years in Baltimore, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announcing he is stepping down.
The mayor promotes Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to acting commissioner. Now residents are looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime crisis.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe?
Let's take a look at the crime numbers since Worley assumed the role as acting commissioner Thursday morning. So far, there have been 4 homicides, and this includes a man shot and killed around 5 o'clock Saturday evening on Ashton Street and another just after 11:20 Sunday morning right along Plum Street. Non-fatal shootings stand at 5, with one happening just a couple of blocks from Fells Point around 3 o'clock Sunday morning.
Now, the violence has business owners in Fells Point on edge, but they are looking to a new commissioner to take this old problem in Baltimore and solve it.
What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe? Because we've heard everything else.
I think that there's hope for change.
Despite those believing if acting Commissioner Worley is the right person for the job, only time will tell of decreases in shootings in a city in crisis.
Well, just 2 days before Harrison announced he is stepping down, he was at City Hall talking about the city's crime fight. His tenure, the topic of concern.
Do you, Commissioner Michael Harrison, do you, notwithstanding the mayor's position, plan on remaining an active and working employee of the city of Baltimore?
I don't know that I can answer that question right now because I serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and I have to know where the mayor stands on that.
Well, under Harrison's 4+ year tenure, the city saw 4 consecutive years of more than 300 homicides. Last June, the city recorded its deadliest month under Commissioner Harrison. This year, homicides and shootings have declined, but it's spiked among young people.
When the history book is written on his 4 years as commissioner, that there was a lot of focus on consent decree compliance. And there's been continued challenges on the crime fighting front. And the biggest challenge of all is just maintaining an adequate staff police department.
From our live center now this morning, Ukraine's army now regaining control of 2 major regions. What you're seeing here behind me, that is Ukraine's army taking back Zaporizhia and Kherson over the weekend as the counteroffensive measures are underway this morning. Meantime, Russian officials claiming Ukraine unsuccessfully attacked one of their naval ships with 6 high-speed drone boats, marking the second such attack in several weeks. Today, while Russia is celebrating its Independence Day, NATO is launching its largest Air Force military exercises ever. It is set to run from today through June 23rd. Taking you live now to the White House, where President Biden will welcome NATO's outgoing Secretary General to the Oval Office for talks today, the latest in a series of meetings with international leaders. Last week, the president meeting with both the British and Danish prime ministers, with talks largely focused on the ongoing war in Ukraine and Western support. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's meeting gets underway there behind us.
Well, coming up in our next hour, new details on a fire that ripped through some row homes, what we know, and where it happened.
And the work week is starting off with a chance of showers, possible thunderstorms. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when we can expect the next weather maker to roll in. Time now, 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Weather Authority forecast about 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock, open in the big live window there. You can see our Towson cam. More of those clouds starting to move in, and we can definitely feel that humidity if you've stepped outside already. And you can actually see on our HD radar some of those showers getting a little bit closer to the Frederick area, still west of Carroll County at this time. This is not the rain we'll get later today. This is just sort of a little preview as some of those showers will move in. But good news for our yards and gardens, finally getting some of that much-needed rain as we head later into the afternoon. And temps a little cooler than where we ended up yesterday.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now, NASA is making an astronomical offer for the sake of education.
U.S. Space Agency has opened applications for its artifact program to museums, schools, libraries, and planetariums all across the country. The artifacts range from decommissioned programs to science instruments, even small hardware that was flown in space. NASA says they hope to encourage the next generation of STEM students. Applications open until June 30th.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Dad, and you can win extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and you could win a daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, scan the QR code, get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day, and good luck. Up next, new concerns about marijuana use as Maryland prepares for legalization, how you can protect your health.
Orioles waking up winners again. Coming up in the next hour, we'll have a look ahead at their upcoming games, and it doesn't have anything to do with the pharmaceutical company. Not yet. We'll get to that in a little bit. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .45 and in your Monday morning health alert right now, recreational cannabis use and possession will be legal in Maryland starting July 1st. That's just about 2 weeks away. Although there are many benefits, doctors are sounding the alarm, reminding people about the potential health risks. Dr. Greg Hobelman is with the Ashley Addiction Treatment, and he is joining us to explain some of the risks that are out there. Good morning, doctor.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. You're starting to see a couple other states that already have it legalized, so we can look back at some of their, you've got Washington State, Colorado, the two main ones that people have been looking. They were kind of legalized recreational marijuana years ago. So when you start looking at statistics here and what Maryland can expect, what do people start looking at, and are those studies accurate?
Well, every study has confounding factors that you have to look at, and I think more will be revealed in time, as there's a greater access. And that really is the important thing to pay attention to, that as we increase access, the perceived risk that people have has been reduced greatly. And it's important for people to understand about marijuana and be really thoughtful about their use to limit the potential harms. But we'll be finding out a lot in the next few years.
Doctor, what about the big question that everyone says, can it be addictive?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we know very clearly that people can develop a substance use disorder. There are criteria for substance use disorders. But when you're thinking about it, the main question is to say, are you continuing to use despite negative consequences? And that absolutely happens. So in certain cases, people use and it becomes a major factor in their life. And there are a lot of negative consequences associated with it. So people have to pay close attention. In addition, there is a dependency and a withdrawal from it when people are using heavily.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people saying, okay, well, I need to use it. They're almost self-medicating there, and it depends on, and that goes through any age group. When we start talking about the health risks, though, any issues besides actually if you smoke it and versus if you eat it through the edibles, but if you smoke it, there's still lung issues. What about brain health issues?
Sure. I mean, we've known for quite some time that it does have potential harm with regard to functional outcomes in the future. It's potentially, it's most risky in the adolescent population because, that's when the frontal cortex is developing and the cannabinoid system inherently is very involved in that. And the frontal lobe is important for planning and executing. So it's been associated with some decrease in points in an IQ. It's been associated with poor function in school. And then, of course, it has effects with concentration and attention. In addition to the things that you mentioned, it can actually worsen the symptoms of anxiety, depression, and, of course, psychotic disorders.
Dr. Greg Hobelman with Ashley Addiction Treatment Center, where anyone can go to get even more information on this. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, during this Alzheimer's Awareness Month, the FDA advisory panel has voted in favor of the new drug for the disease. The panel says the drug Leqembi shows signs of slowing cognitive decline for patients in the early stages of Alzheimer's. The FDA gave accelerated approval back in January, so it's already available to some patients. A final decision on full approval is expected by early July, which would pave the way for coverage by Medicare. And the state of New Mexico has reached a $500 million settlement with Walgreens over its role in the opioid epidemic.
Yeah, the state said Walgreens failed to red flag prescriptions that were not needed for medical use, then continued to fill red flag prescriptions. In addition to the $500 million from Walgreens, New Mexico has previously settled with Albertsons, CVS, Kroger, and Walmart for a total of $274 million. They will use the settlement money to help fight the opioid addiction.
All right, time now, 8:49. Time for another check of our forecast.
Yeah, and the big question of when will it rain in your neighborhood? And a lot of people actually are hoping for heavy, slow, long rains.
I know. And I had to go back. I mean, it's 3 weeks plus, guys, where we had measurable precipitation. I know some of us on Friday had some rain, and even last week there were a couple of days here and there. We had a couple of spotty showers, but an actual rain event is coming later today. In fact, within the next couple of hours, we already are seeing a lot of clouds out there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, looking right down 395. Charm City tanks looking good. Hopefully the rain will wash off some of the stuff on that camera that is up there. Here's a look at our HD radar. A few light showers we've seen out toward the eastern shore. Most of the rain has been centered in central and western Maryland, but mainly western Maryland is when the rain is where we have seen this rain, right through Hagerstown. Starting to see a little bit of that for you in Frederick, or for our friends in Frederick there, but overall we're not seeing that rain move here yet. Now, this is the update from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll get an update, I say, in about 10 minutes or so from right now, but right now, most of us are under the green, or the marginal risk for severe weather. Notice that scale up there in the upper left corner of your screen. Marginal is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. But we have a yellow down here for Denton, Caroline County, parts of Talbot County, just to the east of Easton. And that extends out towards Salisbury and Ocean City, most of Delaware as well, under that 2, or that slight risk for severe storms later today. All right, so here's what's going on. We have that warm air that is out ahead of this cold front. Very classic setup here. You get that area of low pressure over the Great Lakes, and that's kind of the engine that's driving all of this, pushing that cold front through. Here's a look at our updated hourly future scan. This updates every hour, so notice what's happening. 9, 10 o'clock, you're going to see some of those showers get a little bit closer to us. This is noontime, and notice some of those pockets of orange and red indicating some moderate downpours that we'll see. And then that's going to continue off and on through about that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. More of that rain into the 4 and 5 p.m. hour. By the time we get to about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, notice all of that rain pushes out of here. So it's really going to be between about noon and 7 p.m., which means golfers probably want to just hit some balls in the simulator today, or maybe on the driving range under the cover there at Bel Air. But we're seeing numbers in the 70s and lower 80s on your forecast for this afternoon. A better day to play will be tomorrow, and any kind of outdoor activities will be great on Tuesday with dry conditions, temps in the lower 80s. Then we bring another chance of rain coming in on Wednesday. Then we'll dry out and warm up as we head toward the final weekend of spring, which will feel more like summer. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. Debbie sent this picture in of her Zen garden. And Debbie, I hope, like the rest of us, we all get some rain in our gardens and in our yards for today. Thank you for that shot. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code, that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
Well, thank you, Justin, and make this summer even sweeter with a trip to Hershey Park. Fox 45 News will help you with your sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets every day this week. We'll be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you don't have to wait for your cue to call. Tomorrow is your next. You will have to wait, because tomorrow is your next chance to get a family 4-pack or a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300. Good luck.
Flying is about to get a lot more fun. United Airlines has new tech to enhance your flying experience, what they'll be adding to select flights.
And bippity boppity boo, the magical world of Disney is coming to a stage near you. You'll have an inside look at Disney on Ice as it comes to Baltimore and offers weekend shows available thrice.
But first, we've got ears and mugs. Say cheers.
It's time for a sweet coffee break.
Would you like some sugar?
Sure.
Very nice, thanks.
Take one.
Actually, I want the Hershey tickets instead. 6, topping your morning business report, an Obama-era rule requiring airlines to advertise the full price of their flights up front could be removed. The House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee unveiling a proposal that would allow airlines to advertise the base fare of their flight. So that does not include the taxes and all those lovely fees we get hit with. Yeah, but the airlines must disclose the total price of a flight in some other way. They say if the proposal is enacted, it would create less transparency when booking flights in the future. And if you plan on booking a flight in the near future, United Airlines has plans to enhance the flying experience for its passengers. Starting in 2025, select flights, United Airlines passengers will notice sharper in-flight entertainment displays. The airline's teaming up with Panasonic Avionics to add 4K display screens right on some of its aircrafts. United also adding Bluetooth technology. New features will be available on select international and some domestic trips.
Now from the sky to the rails, the Biden administration says it plans to take a closer look into the railroad industry. The Federal Railroad Administration says that it will conduct investigations of all major
9:13 now, and topping your Sports Unlimited news, Novak Djokovic beat out Casper Ruud at the French Open in Paris. It is his 23rd Grand Slam title. That's a men's record. Djokovic is the only man with at least 3 titles from each major, and at 36 years old, he's also the oldest French Open champion. The triumph also means that he once again ranks as #1 within the Association of Tennis Professionals, replacing Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic is expected to participate at Wimbledon beginning July 3rd.
Well, when it comes to horse racing, an historic moment was made this weekend.
Gina Antonucci became the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race.
Her winning horse, a colt named Arcangelo, took the lead at the top of the stretch and beat out the expected winner Forte at the wire. The historic triumph comes on the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's historic win at Belmont. Arcangelo will collect $900,000 for finishing in first. The total purse, by the way, for the race, $1.5 million. And closer to home, taking you live now to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles are waking up victorious. The O's swept the Kansas City Royals this weekend with an 11-3 win yesterday. This was the O's best blowout win of the season, which gave them their 41st W of the season. The Orioles have today off, but you can catch them back in action at Camden Yards tomorrow night at 7 as they take on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Trending now, a survey has revealed the top 10 most bizarre hotel service requests. Hotels.com's first ever room service report looked at 470 hotels with in-room dining available in 10 different countries, including the U.S. And among the quirkiest hotel room service requests were bison, boiled bottled water, a fish that was caught by a traveler who wanted it cooked to order, and a rice bowl for a dog.
All right, happening tomorrow morning, you have a chance to make your summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News wants to help that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets every day this week. We are going to be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call and win. Just keep watching for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300.
Well, if you win those tickets, or whether you're going to other summer adventures, we want to see it all. You can send your pictures and videos through Chime In on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app.
All right, it's time now to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Peanut butter cookies. Do you remember those?
I love them.
With the fork?
Remember them.
Yeah, you know, you put the fork in to make the little cross stitch or whatever the heck it's called. Peanut butter cookie day.
Why is that a thing, though? Why do we do that?
I don't know. It's so weird. And it reminds me of those other ones that have the Hershey's Kiss.
In the middle.
They're delicious.
What are those called?
Thumbprint
Yes.
Kisses? Is that what it is?
Thumbprint something. Yeah.
All right.
Or just
There's Teddy.
thumbprint.
We're talking about Teddy. We're talking about cookies, and Teddy shows up to work us out so we can have as many cookies as we want. What?
Peanut butter blossoms.
Peanut butter
came
blossoms.
to me. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Good. Man, now I want that.
Feel better now.
Our Towson camera, good morning to all of you. We are seeing the clouds that continue to roll in, and we're getting closer to seeing some rain showers here. We're already at 77 degrees. That's your current temperature right now. The dew point is 65 degrees, so there definitely is a lot of moisture that is in the atmosphere as we get ready for some much-needed rain. Now, we had a few showers earlier out toward the eastern shore. Let's zoom in a little bit closer to the west, right around Frederick, and just clipping parts of Carroll County there. You can see in northwestern Carroll County a few light showers there. No lightning strikes as of yet. That could change as we head toward the afternoon. Now, this is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Nothing changed. Basically, all of us under that marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So we're in that kind of potential weather alert day. We may need to shift into that later this afternoon. But notice that areas out toward the east under the slight risk, which is the yellow. And that's pretty much all of Delaware, southern New Jersey, and pretty much all of the eastern shore from Cambridge out to Salisbury and Ocean City as well. So if you are heading down the ocean today, just watch for a better chance of those storms popping up there. Here's a look at your HD radar. There's the front that is moving in from the west. That's going to continue to track into our area. And look at our hourly future scan. We're going to stay dry through 10 a.m., but right around noon, some of us will start to get a few showers rolling through. And then between about noon and 2 o'clock, another round of those showers, eastern shore across the bay, right through Baltimore City and County in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. So that's going to be most of the afternoon with those off and on showers and storms. And then all of that quickly moves out of here, hopefully clearing out and drying out the air. Again, with all that haze that's been hanging around. Probably not the best day to hang by the pool on your splash cast, but upper 70s next hour if you do want to do that. And just know when some of those thunderstorms roll in, I always say when thunder roars, get indoors. Here's that 7-day forecast. A better pool day is tomorrow. And then Wednesday, another round of a few showers that will be possible. Then we'll start heating up as we head toward the end of the week with upper 80s and into about the 90-degree range on Saturday, the final weekend of spring. Also, it's Father's Day weekend. Another chance for a few showers comes on Sunday for Dad. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
Now taking a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network and a live look over Lock-Raven Boulevard, where traffic is moving smoothly on both the inner and outer loop. So good go through that region. Juneteenth is right around the corner, and Baltimore knows how to celebrate in a big way. In our next half hour, So Baltimore will share more about the holiday and how you can gear up for the event.
But first, the happiest place on earth is coming right here to Baltimore. After the break, all of your favorite Disney characters that you can see right here in Charm City. 9:20 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
(9:23) wishes do come true as the magical world of Disney is coming to you. You can see your favorite characters live on ice this October. This morning, the director of Disney on Ice, Adam Loosely, is joining us to share more about all the fun coming our way. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. These shows are always a good time, and you're the man behind the scenes. You make it happen. So tell us about this year's Disney on Ice.
You know, it's always exciting when Disney on Ice comes up with new productions. We have a brand new production this year that we're actually in rehearsals for now. Tickets are on sale, and it's so exciting, and here's why. We, for the first time ever, are opening a show with 3 brand new properties that we haven't brought live to the ice before, which is super exciting, right? I was just talking to my niece about this. She loves Raya. Raya is one of the new properties we're bringing to the show. She's so cool. She's actually going to be soaring through the air. Frozen 2, you cannot have an ice show without seeing Elsa, of course. This is the first time we're bringing Frozen 2 to life and to the ice as well, which is great. And not only that, we're going to go back into the world of Encanto as well. Moana, your favorites, and Pixar, Toy Story, Cars. We're really going to be discovering the magic in the stars and discovering all of the great stories behind them going from one to the other. So I'm really, really excited about that.
Oh, that is a good time. You've got all the major ones. The kids are going to love it. And I'm saying the kids, but adults love this too. I mean, we get there and we get into it as well.
Exactly. And what's great about these shows now, we're incorporating so many different kind of elements, flying through the air, acrobatics. Of course, you're going to see great skating. And what's really, really exciting, there's actually a newer movie coming out called Wish. And this show is going to be incorporating the origin of the wishing star and some new characters from that new and up-and-coming movie that hasn't even been out yet. So we actually get an opportunity to really bring that to life, and we're excited about it.
And then we're looking at some video now, and I saw Mickey and Minnie, because even though we have all the new shows and new things, you can't leave out Mickey and Minnie.
Yeah, of course you can. No, Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy. We even have Daisy and Pluto coming onto the ice as well. They're going to take us through this journey through the stars.
That is very cool. All right, so you just said that you all are in rehearsals for it now. The show's in October. You're rehearsing now, so it takes a while to pull all of this together.
It takes about a full year, and I don't have to do it myself. I have a really amazing creative team. We work and talk about it right from the writers, the set design, the costume design, the choreography, the lighting. It really all comes together. There's a lot of layers when you put together a show. It takes, like I said, about a year. But once we get into the rehearsal process with the performers, it's the most fun, right? We get to see all of those ideas come to life. And
I love it. All right, so again, this isn't coming to Baltimore until October, but we're talking about it now because the tickets just went on sale, so they'll be gone. You need to get the tickets now. Where do they go?
Fast, yeah. Go on to DisneyOnIce.com and find your tickets today. We want to see you in the front row.
Okay, perfect. We'll be there. Adam, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
Well, maybe Dad will want to go. Get some tickets. Dad, we got you some Disney on Ice for October tickets for Father's Day.
Just picturing my husband.
Just one thought. It is the time of year where we celebrate Dad. You could do something else. Maybe you could win some extra spending money every day from now until June 15th.
Actually, me and the girls going, that would be a gift for Dad.
They have a day alone.
Grab the phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, you scan that QR code there, you get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day, and good luck. Well, we are expecting a chance for showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker and when we can expect to dry out.
Police and the FBI continuing their investigation right now after 6 people were shot in this quiet neighborhood here in Annapolis. 3 of them were killed. Just ahead, we have the very latest in this investigation and the status of those surviving victims as well. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday. 9:30 is the time. I forgot that it was Monday. I feel like we've been here so long today that we've already gone through some days.
It's been a Monday.
Well, it's Monday.
That's how Mondays go.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He was feeling the Mondays earlier, but you've since picked up steam.
I don't know about that. I think it's all
fake.
It's
a Monday still.
Yeah,
and that's what you do. You just fake it till you make it.
You got this. We have a job to do, and we've got to just keep going. So looking outside right now, continuing to track our forecast with a lot of cloud cover that's moving in. Right now from our Towson camera, you can see that. You can actually see a few more of those showers starting to creep a little bit closer to Carroll County. No lightning strikes at this time. And again, these are just some very light showers in the Frederick area down through Leesburg. Temps mainly in the low to mid 70s. So it has been warm most of the morning. And our temperatures, they'll be cooler today. You can see in your yard and gardening cast, we hope to get some of that rain in your yards and gardens as well. Temps will only top out in the lower 80s, which will be cooler than what we saw yesterday. We'll drop to 63 tonight, and then tomorrow drier, but temps staying in the lower 80s for Tuesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
It is 9:31 now, and we are continuing our coverage of the mass shooting that struck an Annapolis neighborhood last night. 3 people now dead, 3 others recovering this morning.
We have Shannon Lilly live in Annapolis with the latest. And Shannon, you're getting word that there could be a news conference here soon.
Absolutely, Megan. In just the next 30 minutes or even potentially at 11 this morning, either 10 or 11, we do expect to get an update in a news conference where the mayor may be there, the police chief, and even possibly the governor. So we'll certainly be watching for that. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we do know that a suspect right now is in custody in this case. We also know that police have recovered at least 1 weapon as this investigation continues. And this is the scene that we have been seeing all morning long. You can see all of those officers that are still here on the scene. FBI has been out here as well for hours. They have been collecting evidence. You can see the evidence markers that are there on the ground. They've had their metal detectors out. So again, a lot to sift through here, but it's quite a sight to see in this area that's typically thought of as a safe neighborhood.
As the mayor said, a very stable community. This is unusual for this area. No area is immune. We live in times now where there's the availability of handguns are plentiful right now. We have people who are willing to use them, but that's everywhere in this country. It's not unique to Annapolis. But to answer your question, we don't get very many calls of this nature in this area. Very unusual. And again, I have to say it again, there's no public safety threat as a result of this incident.
Yeah, that was the police chief speaking in a press conference last night. And what you're looking at right now is video of the scene. Police say around 8 p.m. they responded here to Paddington Place near Edgewood Road for reports of multiple people shot. And that's where first responders found 3 victims dead outside a home. All 3 males ranging in ages between their early 20s to their early 50s. Police then found 3 additional victims with gunshot wounds, and those victims were rushed to shock trauma. We are learning those victims are now in stable condition, but we do want to give you once again another live look at this scene where police and the FBI are piecing this together. They have not yet determined a motive, at least as far as we know, for the shooting, but they say this was not a random shooting. They believe there was some sort of exchange of gunfire as a result of what they're calling an interpersonal dispute. So right now they say there is no threat to the public, but again, we expect to hear a whole lot more in this press conference, either starting at 10 or 11 this morning. We plan to be there, and we will bring you those updates. Reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis. After 4 years in Baltimore, Commissioner Michael Harrison abruptly announces he is stepping down.
The mayor promotes Harrison's second in command, Richard Worley, to now acting commissioner. And residents are now looking to Worley, a longtime veteran of the force, to do something about the unrelenting crime.
We get another commissioner that's in office. I want to hear what you have to say. What are you bringing to the table for Baltimoreans? What can you tell us and show us to make us feel safe?
Under Harrison's 4-year tenure, the city saw 4 consecutive years of more than 300 homicides. Last June, the city recorded its deadliest month under Harrison. This year, homicides and shootings have declined, but it spiked among young people.
Well, earlier this morning, we spoke with political commentator Armstrong Williams about the transition within BPD, and here's what he had to say.
Obviously, when he referred to the mayor, it was an indictment of the mayor that he could not do his job. Crime was continuing to soar. I'm sure it had to break his heart and the hearts of the force that the young people have taken over the city.
Well, you can watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, we want you to weigh in on the conversation. Do you have confidence in Worley to address youth crime as the new BPD commissioner? So far, 67% of those who voted say no. You can weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. An update this morning about 4 children who survived 40 days in the Amazon after a small plane crash.
Just incredible. Tom Rogers at our live center with how a 13-year-old was able to keep her siblings alive as they moved through the jungle. Tom.
Yeah, just incredible story. You see the plane wreckage here. Details emerging this morning. That 13-year-old, she saved her 9-year-old, 4-year-old, and her 11-month-old sibling for 40 days after this small plane crashed. 3 adults on board died, one being their mother, the 2 others, the pilots. Now, the news coming from the kids this morning, though, describing exactly what unfolded. Their mother was alive for a few days, but was trapped in the wreckage. She eventually told them they must leave and make their way through the jungle. Days later, the 16th, this search rescues catch them. This is the footage you see here. They found the wreckage, though, of the plane. That was the last picture. The 3 adults who died, but not the children. They quickly brought in 150 military members and rescue aircraft and started the direction of the baby wipes and bottles that were left behind, but kept hitting dead ends. Then Friday, June 9th, search crews eventually found the 4 emancipated children. You can see some of the images here, the 13-year-old one sitting all the way to the left there, and they found them from the wreckage. Their father, though, also, and let me pull up this video right here, speaking about his children and the miracle there to reporters, but he credited the oldest sister, Leslie, with leading her siblings to safety, keeping them alive by using her knowledge of Amazon fauna, which includes many poisonous varieties of fruit that they were able to avoid, not to mention all the other deadly animals that you could encounter. Military planes dropping supplies from the sky randomly where they thought the children were going, but the kids say they never found one of those supply cases. Family members joining that father at the Columbia Hospital to help the children and provide them comfort as the kids will be treated and monitored for the next week before they are released. That's the latest from this live center. Just incredible with these kids, Patrice and Megan.
It brought chills, tears. Wow.
Yeah, everything about that is amazing. All right. Well, be sure you have your rain gear available if you are heading outside later today. Still, head meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect a round of showers.
We're through Hasana School this morning, getting ready for the Juneteenth celebration. Yes, we'll be talking music, baby. Yeah. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Yeah.
It is still Baltimore. The annual Upper Bay Juneteenth Festival is happening this weekend.
It's a day of education and entertainment for the entire family. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live giving us a preview. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm sorry, I'm talking to Benny. Now, Benny's big band's going to be featured at the Juneteenth celebration. I was getting the insight. So how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Now, you have a tenor sax right there. We'll have you play a little bit, but tell us what people are going to see when they come out to see you.
They're going to see Benny Russell's big band, or the Benny Russell Big Band. And we're going to open up with Liberation Suite, which is an original tune that I wrote, and it's going to be narrated by Keith Snipes. And this piece it's an interview of Nat Turner done by Thomas R. Gray. And Thomas R. Gray is a Baltimorean.
Wow.
And he was a dentist and a lawyer. And he says, well, Nat, why'd you flip out? and he had good reason, I would say. The second piece that you'll hear will be Rivers, which is The Negro Speaks of Rivers. And it's an original piece, and that's also narrated by Keith Snipes. The third piece is by famous jazz saxophonist James Spaulding.
Wow.
Who's a good friend of mine. It's called Prayers from Malcolm.
Look, we're going to have to interrupt. We can't wait. Can you play something out as we go out?
Sure.
As we go out, guys, a little something from Benny. Juneteenth celebration on the way.
That's pretty awesome.
You can find more information on how you can get out there and celebrate on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Thanks, Benny. Well, take your fitness on the go. Still ahead, some vacation-friendly exercises you can do in the gym or right in your hotel room.
But first, are you ready for another season of some delicious treats on Crime Scene Kitchen? Coming up, 2 local chefs are going to share with us more about their experience on the show. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Big guy. All right, it is time to keep your body moving on vacation. National lead trainer for Planet Fitness, the one, the only, Teddy Savage, here with us with some moves that you can pack with us in that bag.
Absolutely. And you know what? School's ending, Megan, so it can only mean one thing, and that's vacation time. Right? So everybody's on the go, but you can't let your fitness flow stop. So let me get into vacation mode, shall I? All right, so now I'm ready.
Now we're there.
Yes.
All right.
So we're going to do 4 movements. Each one you would want to do for about 45 seconds.
You gave me these. We need to pack these with us?
Because I never come empty-handed. If you pack light, 5-pound dumbbells, and I'm going to show you what you can do with your carry-on. So the first thing we're going to do is a shoulder press into a jack, but Megan's going to show you how you can press up and tap out at the same time. So she's doing a good modification, still working shoulders, triceps, stepping out laterally for those abductors. And the best part about that is you don't need big, bulky equipment to do that, right? You're working. The second one is going to be a squat into a trunk rotation. So I got my carry-on. We're going to squat down, Megan, into a squat and then rotate to the right. Good. Squat down. What we're doing right now is using the lower lumbar, the obliques, the quads, the glutes, the hamstrings, everything you need to keep moving on vacation, right? Oh, I like that extension. You can change it up. Yes.
I do body combat, Teddy. That's what it
You
felt
do
like.
body combat, and you're punching away the doubts and the worries, right? The next one is rainbow lunges, because we all want rainbows on vacation. Let's drop the weights down to our right knee. And let's come over the top of the head, working shoulders, rotating down.
And come down.
Good job. Into that. That's a great lunge there, Megan. Making sure you don't go too far over that front knee. You take your time, because pace is important when you work out. Good.
I can feel it now.
Yes, yes. And that's the best part about fitness, right?
You got one
more?
more?
It travels well. One more. I'll set this bag down because we got to work the heart. So I want to make sure in my hotel room, I can chop my feet up, chop. Now you tell me when to jump, Megan.
Jump.
Yeah, oh, here we go. And I'm chopping.
Jump, Teddy,
Here
jump.
we go. One more time, Megan. Here we go. And look, that's all you need when you go on vacation is a carry-on, a lightweight set of dumbbells, and a positive attitude.
Teddy, you're bringing it for us all the time. Happy vacation,
Thank
happy
you.
summer.
Thank you, guys.
And I will tell you, it's finally feeling like summer out there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here to do the heavy lifting for us now.
Feeling good. Good workout, guys, and good workout here today. Maybe some stuff indoors, only because we are seeing the warm temperatures and that rain that is eventually going to be moving in. So lots of cloud cover right now over downtown Baltimore. We had some sun earlier, but our temperatures remain in those lower to mid 70s, even some mid to upper 70s right now. Most of the rain is central in western Maryland. We had some showers in the eastern shore a little while ago, but you can see that rain from Cumberland across into Hagerstown, even to Martinsburg, West Virginia as well. And you can see our marginal risk for severe weather. This is pretty much all of us here in our viewing area, and that's the green, which is a 1 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. That slight risk is basically for most of us on the eastern shore. So we're talking to you in Caroline and into parts of Talbot County, down through Dorchester County, out towards Salisbury and Ocean City. That's where we'll see a better chance of some of the stronger storms into the afternoon. Now, we're not going to be talking about widespread storms here, but we are seeing this cold front moving into a very warm and favorable environment for some of these storms to get going. Now, we haven't seen rain in a while, so it'll be nice to get a few of those showers. Now it's looking like about noon before that rain actually begins, and some of us will see pockets of even some moderate to heavy rain out toward Elkton, down to Chestertown on the eastern shore, across the Baltimore region in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Again, all of us will get at least some of the rain, but by about 5, 6 p.m., all of that rain pushes out of here, and we're going to be done with the rain, at least for now. So maybe playing golf is not the thing you want to do today on your outdoors cast. We're looking at 70s this hour with lower 80s into the later part of the afternoon. And that's what we're going to top out. Our high temperatures pretty close to average for this time of year. Definitely cooler than those temps that were close to 90 yesterday. Tomorrow, great day for stuff outdoors. Should be clearing out nicely, especially with all that haze that's been hanging around. Wednesday brings another at least chance for some showers rolling through. And then we're warmer and even hotter as we head toward Father's Day weekend this upcoming weekend. Patrice?
A new culinary guessing game is coming to the airwaves. 2 local chefs will appear on the show tonight, but we have them here this morning sharing more about their experience. We have chefs Amber Kroom and Yasmin Hackins talking about the show Crime Scene Kitchen. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
All right, so you guys are on the show tonight. I'm already trying to get hints. You can't tell me what happened. But tell me how you all came together to be on the show.
So during the pandemic, we kind of wanted some people that knew exactly what we were going through as far as being in the food industry. And she reached out to me. We had coffee and we formed a relationship. Got a call about the show and they were like, hey, can you guys come do something for a couple of months?
And you were like, sure. And you said you all are both bakers, but then you have the detective skills as well.
Detective skills. I can investigate, solve crimes. I played this game with my husband. What have you been making in the kitchen?
And so that's the premise. You go into a kitchen on the show and they leave you ingredients and crumbs and you have to figure out what they made there.
Yes.
So which was the harder part? Figuring that part out or actually making something?
Figuring out
the clues.
And then, because baking, that was your thing. You can already do that.
Baking, between the two of us, we probably have over 20 years of experience. So it's our knowledge, it's our investigation skills, it's dissecting what was made in that kitchen.
Was it nerve-wracking?
Completely.
Very much so.
But was it fun?
It was fun, but you get 2 minutes. You get
2 minutes in a kitchen you've never been in before.
To figure it out and then to start. So yes. So we have to watch tonight. And you all were telling me there's another Baltimore team on there as well.
Yeah. So tonight is the classically trained bakers.
Okay.
You can catch up and watch the self-taught bakers that aired last Monday.
Got it.
Yes.
And so and out of this was birthed the whole nother thing, and I'm happy for that because I see beignets. Tell me about what's right here.
So out of that came Bay Beignets.
Okay.
We have a beautiful, amazing beignet company. You can catch us at the Waverly Farmers Market, 32nd Street Farmers Market, starting in July every Saturday.
Okay.
We'll also be at Crab Feast at Rushville Park on the 24th. But come get some amazing beignets from us, you guys.
Listen, if you could smell this, she put some in there. I see them, but you have different flavors. What do we have?
So right now we're carrying our strawberry pineapple classic. We have a strawberry yuzu sauce. We have a caramel plantain sauce. And now we're offering cold brew coffee. It's a honey lavender from Black Acres Rotisserie. And we have a gingerly tea from Gingerly Vegan.
See what happens when great minds come together. Not only do you get to have fun on this show, then you get to go out in the world and do real stuff. So I'm going to taste one of these. I want y'all to know that right now. So what time tonight do they need to watch?
9 o'clock.
Central.
All right. So make sure you're tuned in. Temperatures are going to be hanging out in the lower 80s. We've got some showers on the way. Perfect day to stay inside tonight and watch. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be back in just a minute, and he's going to give us the 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
How's it going?
All right, welcome back. We've got cloud cover out there. We are tracking rain today and some showers, even some thunderstorms. Let's pop up that 10-day forecast, shall we? Lower 80s today. Beautiful day tomorrow. We got to get through the rain today, which we need, and then watch for some of those storms. Could see a few more showers Wednesday, but then we're drier as we head into Father's Day weekend and warmer, too.
And beignets. And you got to watch Crime Scene Kitchen tonight and then follow it up with some honey lavender vanilla Black Acres Roastery. I mean,
yes.
I'm surprised they're still sitting there. No, this is the latte. This is a cold brew latte.
Oh, there's dipping sauce in there.
Yeah, there's dipping sauce.
I did notice that Justin and I have been pushed from the food.
There's only 3, so you and I, and then we split the other one.
Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah.